and they collide! They bang wheels! Excellent stuff. Max Schilling's having a bit of contact by the back! Several cars involved! Hey guys, welcome back to the bakery here at the INF1NITY IAME Series A Championship. It is a sweltering hot day circuit in Pattaya City. Smile and is ready for round 5 of this epic championship. And we're getting to the business end of the season. Championships are up for grabs, as are tickets to the IAME Warriors Finals in October in Spain. So everybody is at fever pitch trying to get those tickets and get themselves into the vanguard of international competition. This is crunch time now, as all of the drivers and teams are ready to put on a bit of a high issue. We went that way yesterday. Let's go this way today as we talk a little bit about all of the battles that are out on the course. Obviously, a little bit later on, that podium is going to be filled with drivers. 12 podium ceremonies today across all of the different categories. Drivers and teams getting themselves ready to head out onto the course for the first of our heats this afternoon. First of the super heats, I should say, this morning actually. And then we've got the finals this afternoon. This is where we start to give people championship points. Now, in this championship, we do have dropped scores. The lowest weekend of a driver's championship is actually dropped from their score. So whatever your weakest score of the 6 over the course of the events are, that's the score that you drop. Couple of drivers, today is very important to get a decent score on the board. Let's have a quick chat actually with Michael Patrizzi, who has been here with Birla Asia over the course of the last few weeks. Michael, it's looking very good indeed for the team. There's even the potential of a very young champion, perhaps calculated to happen today, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not going to think about that. If it happens, it happens. We just take each race as it comes. But there is a possibility. The boys have been telling me, but let's see what happens. But I've got to say, we're enjoying our time here in Asia. It's an adventure, new cultures, but the way the championships run, from the up top of the stewards, to the technical, to on track, and just how much fun we're having, it's certainly refreshing. So it's great fun.
And you've got fantastic competitors across the board in cadet, junior and senior who have all been able to run straight in at the front. Are you surprised by how quickly you guys have been able to get up to speed?
Look, I have brought some good drivers here. They've all performed well everywhere around the world they've been to, like in the Rock Cup finals and IAME races, etc. And local races in Australia is quite strong. But it's always difficult. You always find fast drivers no matter where you go around the world. Hopefully we can bring some more next year. But yes, we've been competitive, and every time we've come to the race, we've been within a chance of winning. We're missing a little bit in junior. Andrea's doing a great job, and that DRM team down there. So, as we say in Australia, I've thrown the kitchen sink at it this morning, and see what happens in the racing.
Well, good luck for today. Hopefully there's some silverware to bring home. Good luck.
Yeah, I hope so. No, but thanks very much. Yeah.
Cheers, Michael. Always good to catch up with the teams that are making the big journey to come here. We've got some amazing work going on in the garages here. A lot of hard work has gone into this. There is a potential for a decent advantage in the championship in the Master X30. This one, because we have Wedesek Amchan, who has a decent lead. But I was talking about drop scores. He has the score of anybody in this paddock. 29 points he's going to drop in order to get his final tally. So he's got a big lead on accumulated points, but on dropped scores, he's only ahead of Harith bin Zairalo by 9 coming into today. So it actually makes the championship fight ridiculously close. But all of the teams and drivers in all 4 categories are giving us an amazing time. Everybody's getting themselves ready for a really exciting battle out here on the course. Everyone's geared up for an exciting showcase across all 4 categories in the cadets, the juniors, the seniors, and the masters. Everybody wants to bring their best into the foray. And a day like today is going to be pretty tricky and pretty tough to see how everybody's getting on. I know that the drivers are getting themselves prepared for their first super heat of the day. So we're going to get ourselves into that position. Even hotter today at this point of the day than yesterday. So it is swelteringly hot in terms of temperatures. And that means that these tyres, and you can see them, the amount of graining that's gone into them already is going to be ridiculously high. And that means that we're going into the longest races of the weekend. So it's going to be particularly crucial that these drivers work even harder than they have done up to this point to make those tyres go the distance. Even a fresh set of tyres going into the final are only going to give you about 6 to 7 laps of core speed. Drivers are now making their way to the grid in the junior category. It will be their second longest races of the weekend. The superheats will, of course, set the grid for the finals, and there's 10 points on offer for the winner in the superheat. Only the top 10 score points, 10 down to 1 in terms of the points accumulated. And now that we're starting to think about drop scores and the way that the championship is actually going to conclude, it really is business time. Nobody can afford to make a mistake. Nobody can afford to make a slip up. It is a very crucial time in the championship, and it is coming down to the wire. The penultimate finals of this year's championship are about to get underway. Let's rock and roll. So all of the drivers are preparing for an incredibly intense battle out there on the course. In the junior category, there are 4 drivers in contention for this year's championship. Championship leader is the Singaporean Conrad Garrow, 9 points ahead of Danish Chen. And the other 2 competitors realistically in this championship fight are Jack Larson of Australia and Andrea Galimberti, who is playing the ultimate catch-up game in terms of the championship. He's had 2 pretty much perfect weekends, but he missed the first round of the championship, which means he won't drop any scores this year. And then he couldn't start the final at round 2 from what was effectively third position on the grid. So he should have had an amazing battle and an amazing tally in this championship. He could realistically be up there amongst the Conrad Garrows and Danish Chens. But as a result, he's got the mother of all comebacks to try and accomplish here. And so that's why he's trying his best to pull off as many perfect weekends as physically possible. There is the Bira circuit, slightly different layout to what we had in round 4. It's a faster configuration, and the teams and drivers have had to do a completely different gearing setup for this particular layout, because it's much more about top-end speed than it is about mechanical grip. So all of the contenders now in position, getting themselves ready for the off. Everyone now in position, enjoying themselves to get themselves ready for the final 2 races of their weekend. And it really is down to the limit on what these competitors can do. There's Panakorn Adam Rasami. He's going to be a serial competitor in the senior category. Made a lot of progress yesterday. He switched teams for this round of the championship as well. He's now with the Chinese-based Mohua Motorsports team, driving the Praga realistically over the season. But you can see for a fact that he's actually on his Kart Republic. He's just switched awnings rather than switching equipment. That's the other cool thing about this 2025 campaign in this particular INFINITY IAME Series Asia, because it's not really a factory-based effort for a lot of these teams. They will pretty much let you run whatever chassis you prefer unless there is an exclusivity contract in place. So I have a feeling that Birolart Racing Asia would not really operate anything other than Birolarts. But there are some teams that will quite happily work on a Tony Kart or a Praga or a Kart Republic, depending on what the driver's preference is. So everybody just getting themselves signed on. The mechanics take their kart through. Scrutineer Mario is there, just getting everybody set up and in check. And now we can work our way into the holding area. There is the championship leader for Singapore, Conrad Garrow. 109 points coming to the weekend. But if we take drop scores into account, he's actually on 87 accumulated points, which is only 4 more than Danish Chen and only 10 more than Andrea Galimberti. So that really does change things in terms of the accumulated points. It makes it a very tricky day at the office for him as he goes off 13th on the grid for this particular superheat. But he loves fighting. This is what Conrad Garrow is good at. If he's backed into a corner and you've got a choice of fight or flight, he will always choose fight. He has this unnerving ability to bounce back from adversity. So do not expect him to remain as low as 13th for these 2 races, because he's the kind of driver who they will dig deep, they will find something extra, and they will push for it. But it is unlikely that the Junior Championship will be decided today considering how close it is between those top 4 drivers, it will almost certainly go down to the last round of the championship in 7 weeks' time. There's Leonardo Mori, and there is Danish Chen, the man who took the victory in the opening round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, the fellow Singaporean to Conrad Garrow. And there is young Aryan Singh, the competitor in the Fireball Motorsport team. He's had a very strong performance here this weekend. And there is young Daing Abdul Rahman, the Malaysian driver for CW Motorsport aboard his Kart Republic. Great to see him putting on such a great display in his first weekend of the championship. 19 competitors in Junior X30 this weekend, the most we've had all year. We seem to have averaged about sort of 15 or 16 all through the year. And if we take into account all of the drivers that competed in Junior X30 this year, if they were all competing full time, we'd end up having to split the grids. Because we've had a lot of drivers do 1 or 2 rounds and then move on to other programs. But it is great to see such a fantastic fluidity of competition. The 5-minute board goes up, and it gives me a bit more detail to talk about the ramifications once we start talking about drop scores. I mentioned it briefly in junior, but at the moment, Conrad Garrow has 109 points, Chen has 100, Larsen has 85, and Andrea Galimberti has 77. That's before this weekend began. Now, Galimberti picks up the bonus point for pole position. He's now in pole position for the superheat. If he wins that, he scores 10. If he wins the final, he scores another 25, because the finals are the MotoGP point score, essentially. 25 points for the win, 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, and then 1 point less for each position all the way down to 15th. So that's how it works in the final. But it is very difficult to predict how the points are actually going to work out and stagger across the juniors. If we were to take a dropped score into consideration after 4 rounds, because obviously we're going to have to do the final reckoning, dropping the scores after 6. But if we were to drop around just to see how the lay of the land is, Conrad Garrow has 87, Chen has 83, Galimberti has 77, and Larsen has 75. So on dropped scores, all 4 contenders are only separated by 12 points. It is really close in the junior category, and it's unlikely to be decided today in the Junior X30 class. They're almost certainly going to take this down to the wire in the final round of the championship, especially considering that Conrad Garrow and Danish Chen are having difficult weekends, and Andrea Galimberti and Jack Larsen are solidly and resolutely in the top 3. So it's been a very difficult weekend to predict. It looks like there could only be a few points between all 4 of them by the time we get to the finale, which of course is going to be back here at the Beira circuit, but it will return to its original layout that we had in round 4, and at a different time of the year, 2 months after the original. So again, the weather conditions will make it a different factor altogether. So it's a very tricky situation, a very different scenario for all of the contenders here. So we get ourselves ready then for this race. 14 laps of the junior superheat. Andrea Galimberti in pole position, Sera Kojima in second on the grid alongside him. Then Jack Larsen and Leonardo Mori, the Malaysian. And then it is the leading Thai driver, 5th on the grid for Kevin Subhavanitchanon, alongside Danish Chen. Then Max Tse and Aryan Singh. Nadal Imjit Panya and Daing Abdul Rahman rounding out the top 10. Then it's Nathan Anthony Arya and Chris Kasemsup from Conrad Garrow fighting back from 13th alongside Gu Hao Tian. And then Michael Lederer, Sahil Singh, Sedapach Ketsuwan, Tus Mwangsiri and Santok Singh that fills up the back of the grid for CRG Thailand. But this is so difficult to predict. Jack Larsen has had good opportunities, managed to grab a 2nd place in the 2nd heat yesterday from 3rd on the grid. The green flag flies. Let's see if he can get closer to Andrea Galimberti today. We had a word with Michael Patrizzi at the start of the broadcast. He says they've thrown everything bar the kitchen sink at this kart to see if they can get it to match the pace of Andrea Galimberti, who's just been so strong. But the Italian, who is based in China, hence his reasoning for competing in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, has a great chance to make a comeback in this championship. But he's been perfect ever since the first session at LYL round 3 in Malaysia. And he is so difficult to catch. They really have done their homework here in the junior category. Don't forget, this is the team, DRM Motorsport, that gave us last year's champion in Zadia Vrajkal, who is now, of course, racing in the senior X30 category. But Jack Larsen, one of the 3 prime movers in the Birolart Racing Asia team. 3 different drivers with a chance to score well today. Jack Larsen in junior, Jake Ostecki in cadet, and Kai Burke in senior. So there's big opportunities for that team, but we're going to see if Jack Larson can get into the blind spots of Andrea Galimberti. How strong can Sera Kojima be off the line on second on the grid? We know that she managed to go from there to race victory in Heat 1 last time out in round 4. So there's plenty of opportunities for the drivers to fight back. And just how much progress can Conrad Garrow make from 13th? We'll find out as we go racing in the super heat. Good start, Sera Kojima just an inch in front of Galimberti initially, but they go round the far side on that first corner, and Larson takes the lead. It's going to be terrible for Kojima. She's going to lose several places here, losing out to Danish Chen. She'll have to try and fight back round the outside, and she manages to get back on the inside of Chen, but then loses ground on the exit. So that's Sera Kojima all the way back to P6 as Larson goes into second position behind Galimberti, and up to third place, that's Kevin Subbavanichinon in the CRG. So a terrible start then for Sera Kojima. Conrad Garrow has had a difficult start. He's ended up getting in contact and has dropped to the back of the field with a damaged front fairing. So big difficulties for Conrad Garrow. The championship leader is already down at the tail end of the field, and he didn't need that going into this race. He's been battling away with, I think that's the Formula K chassis at the back of the field there. That's the 107. So already troubles there for Gu Haotian. So Garrow and Gu have ended up colliding with each other, and it looks like Tusmoing Siri is in that mix there as well. So a disastrous start for Conrad Garrow. He's got ahead of Moing Siri, but that's only going to put him in 17th place. So Galimberti leads by half a second already at the line to Larson, then Subbavanichinon and Mori. Chen is 5th, Kojima is 6th, then it's Singh, Rahman, Max Tse and Nadalanjit Panya. So Galimberti is just doing what he does best, getting into the lead and checking out. Oh, there's yellow flags. We've got more dramas. 2 cars have come together on the hairpin, I'm afraid to say. 2 carts together. One has recovered at the back of the field. It's a Kart Republic. I think it's Michael Lederer. So I think he's had an incident there with Sahil Singh. And Sahil Singh is now trying to recover his kart. There he is, the 157. So Sahil Singh tries to recover his kart. He does it unaided, so he won't get a penalty. But Sahil Singh rejoins down at the tail end of the field. How far into the race can he hope to go? We'll have to find out. As Danish Chen has a look on the inside of Kevin Subbavanichinon, doesn't make the move. Subbavanichinon, meanwhile, tries to make the bid there on Leonardo Mori, and the back end kicks out for Mori. So that gives Jack Larson breathing space. He had to bail out of the move in the end, Subbavanichinon, because there was going to be big contact between him and Mori. And as a result, Leonardo Mori returns to third position as Kojima goes side by side with Danish Chen. But this is not good news for Chen, because he's now going to have to work really hard to keep Sera Kojima at bay. Kojima's going to go down the inside and take the place away from Danish Chen. So Kojima up into 5th position. The Philippines racer has worked hard, and now she finds herself in 5th position, chasing down Leonardo Mori and Kevin Subbavanichinon, with Danish Chen down to P6. This is great news for Galimberti and Larson. They are making big points up here on Garrow and Chen. And there's double waved yellows. Trying to see if there's another incident. Oh yes, Gu Haotian has had another incident and dropped down the order. So Gu Haotian with a problem down at the back of the field, I'm afraid to say, and has managed to recover. So Gu Haotian now drops to last place behind Sahil Singh, and there is a technical flag going out. It's for the 168. That is Santok Singh. So Santok Singh, I'm afraid, has got a technical flag. We're going to find out why as he comes past our position. But Santok Singh is going to have to retire from the race. That is very unfortunate for Santok Singh. He's got a warning flag and a technical flag. So very unfortunate indeed there for Santok Singh. As the leader looks over his shoulder, Galimberti, no problems ahead of Larson, Mori, Subbavanichinon and Kojima. So we look to see what Santok Singh's kart has got an issue with. I can't quite see it from there. We'll see when he comes to... Oh yes, he's got damage to the rear bumper. So Santok Singh, unfortunately, has got a bumper dragging on the floor, a bit like Gilles Villeneuve's wheel all those years ago at Zandvoort in 1979 in his Ferrari. It's a very similar crippled kart for Santok Singh, and he's going to have to bring that into the pits to retire, unfortunately. So he's still going strong, but he'll pull into the pits, I'm sure. Yes, no, he doesn't. He carries on. Well, that's unfortunate, because he needs to pit in. He's been told to by the officials here, so he's got to pit in. So out in front, Andrea Galimberti leads the way. Now Jack Larson's got big pressure here from Leonardo Mori. The Malaysian is all over the back of the Australian as they go flat out through turn 1, trying to find the pace in the kart. and trying to see if Leonardo Mori can get his move on the inside of Jack Larson. There's the mother of all battles further back, as 6 carts are having a real dogfight in the midfield. So we're having an amazing squabble further down the order. I think it's Aryan Singh downwards, essentially. So those 6 carts are having an amazing tussle. That is Singh, Kasemsa, Sir, Injit Arya, and Garrow. They're having an incredible duel. Maybe we'll get to pick that up in a little while, but Jack Larson's got to be careful, because here comes Leonardo Mori down the inside, and Leonardo Mori takes second position away. So Leonardo Mori puts the 7 racing cart into second place. Galimberti crosses the line in the lead as normal, but it's all going beautifully for Leonardo Mori, now in front of Jack Larson, as Supervenichinon is under pressure from the other 7 racing cart of Sera Kojima. Well done to the guys at 7 Racing. They have got some real pace in Junior X30 this weekend for both Leonardo Mori and Sera Kojima. So Jack Larson trying to get back on terms here with Leonardo Mori. Not easy at the moment. And so the battle is going to be very difficult to calculate now. But certainly Andrea Galimberti is looking forward to getting those 11 points, the point from pole position and the 10 points for the victory. It's looking very good indeed for Galimberti if it stays like this. So really, really solid effort at the moment. But Galimberti looking so calm at the lead of this race. 3.5 seconds clear now of Leonardo Mori and Jack Larson. There is Michael Patrizzi just giving the signal to Jack Larson to focus. Get on terms with Leonardo. You can get back into him. And here comes Sera Kojima now challenging Kevin Supervenichinon for 4th position. Can she make her way ahead of the CRG? Not in the Mickey Mouse section, she can't. She's got to wait for another opportunity as they go up to the Parabolica. Turn 5, round that long flowing right-hand hairpin, and then it tightens on the braking zone as you go into turn 6. But she's not close enough to throw that on the inside of Supervenichinon. It's a really brave driver that can make that overtaking move into turn 6. And we've seen several drivers try it, and it only ends up in contact. So Sera Kojima again tries to get the move into the hairpin. It's not going to happen on this occasion. And so the drivers work their way through. But this battle further back really is impressive. We've got Chris Kasemsa pulling away from Max Tsur now. And he's just leaving the other 4 drivers in check as Conrad Garrow is trying to get up the inside of the 117 of Aryan Singh, who pulls right across Garrow on the racing line. Garrow sticks his hand in the air as if to say, what are you playing at? Come on. And Danish Chen still all over the back of Sera Kojima. Still waiting to see if there's going to be that ultimate move from the drivers as they continue in this little battle. Kojima all over the back of the CRG Thailand driver. Waiting to see if there's a few more points on offer there. 6 laps to go. Danish Chen P6, Conrad Garrow P11. He's desperately trying to get himself back into the championship points. You've got to finish in the top 10 if you want to do that. And it looks to me as though he's done it. He's now in P10. So Conrad Garrow P10 at the moment. And that puts him on 1 championship point. You'll just see him in the background there. He's made massive progress in this race. So Conrad Garrow is now trying to chase after Chris Kasemsa and Max Tsur, but he's gone into the top 10, crucially, so he will score a championship point in this superheat. But he wanted a lot more than just 1 point, so it's definitely going to be pretty tense at the moment for him. So we'll see what happens as the contenders move further forward. Conrad Garrow was only 9th quickest in the warm-up this morning as well, so it's not been the best weekend for the Singaporean. But there's still plenty of opportunities for him to make his way further up. 5 laps to go, including this one. When Galimberti comes around the corner this time, it'll be 4 laps remaining. So 10 laps done and 4 to go for Andrea Galimberti, the Italian who is based in China and has been commuting here ever since round 2 of the championship. The first 3 rounds in Malaysia, these last 3 rounds in Thailand. And he is definitely acclimatized to the championship after a difficult opening weekend in the 2nd round of the championship. He missed the season opener, but it's been very tricky since then. But what a sensational battle it has been so far. So just 1 retirement from this race, and that is young Santok Singh for the CRG Thailand squad. He has had a difficult race there, having taken some damage on the opening lap. And unfortunately, young Santok has had to park the kart. So he won't be happy about that. He'll have to come back and have another crack at it another time in the final later. Galimberti crosses the line once more, and he's over 5 seconds clear now of Mori and Larsen, who are still exchanging lap times here for the second and third positions. But this is going to go very well indeed for Andrea Galimberti. Jack Larsen is going to come away from this with 8 points scored, and that's going to help him out no end. Danish Chen will come away with 5, and Conrad Garrow is going to come away with just 1. So that really shakes things up in the championship fight. So this is definitely going to make things particularly entertaining going into the season finale as Andrea Galimberti continues his unbelievable charge to get himself into the lead of this championship. He came in this weekend 4th before dropped scores, 3rd after dropped scores, and now he's got 2 laps of this superheat where he's going to score 11 points. And this is really going to be a sensational battle. Now, if Conrad Garrow has a particularly poor round, this will become his dropped score, and that will actually benefit Conrad in the long run, because at the moment he's dropping 22 points in the championship. If he only scores a handful of points here, then this becomes his dropped round and strengthens his position in the Drivers' Championship. It's not over at all for Conrad Garrow, but Andrea Galimberti in the lead has to be perfect to the end of the season if he wants to gain that kind of points tally and snatch the championship away from the Singaporean. So it's not game over for Conrad Garrow in the slightest, even if he only finishes 10th here and gets a low finish in the Junior X30 final, because this can be his drop round, which means he'll pick up that previous drop round of 22 points. That will strengthen his position in the long run. The final lap begins then for Andrea Galimberti as he sets off on his mission impossible to dominate the run. So this is going very well indeed for Andrea Galimberti as Mori and Larsen have now split from each other. And Silva-Vanichinon still has Sera Kojima all over him. Kojima's going to try and make the bid into the Mickey Mouse chicane section further back as we watch Galimberti, and she's done it. Offside of the cameras, but Kojima's done it. She makes the move ahead of Kevin Silva-Vanichinon. There she is. So Sera Kojima has taken 4th position on the last lap. That's going to benefit her championship assault as well. And she is locked in combat in that title fight with her teammate Leonardo Mori. So that helps her pick up a few points more, well, 1 point more in the superheat. But here comes Andrea Galimberti. He has dominated proceedings so far this weekend, and he does it again in the superheat. Amazing work. 2nd place for the Malaysian Leonardo Mori, and in 3rd place it will be the Australian Jack Larsen, ahead of Kojima, Silva-Vanichinon and Danish Chen. It tightens up in the top 10 as they come across the line. But there is Conrad Garrow with that bent front Nassau. And that puts him down in 10th position in this one. Now, this is a 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward approach now for Conrad Garrow. If this becomes his drop score, he actually picks up a few more points in the season from the round that was dropped. So it does give him a little bit more of a cushion in the long run, but it will still be a bit demoralizing. But at least he'll go into the season finale with a strengthened position. As I said, Junior is not likely to be decided here this weekend, but there is a very strong chance that it's going to go down to the wire. And Andrea Galimberti, as I mentioned before, has to be perfect if he wants to win this championship. And now he is in pole position for the final. So here is a replay of some of the moments of the race into that first corner. A little bit of nudging and pushing and shoving, but a fast start for several contenders in the field, particularly for Leonardo Mori, who really got a beautiful start there and managed to work his way up into 4th place behind Silva-Vanichinon. In the background, you might just see the contact. We didn't really get to see it in the end, unfortunately, but Conrad Garrow mixed up in that one, along with Santok Singh and his other combatant there, Gu Haotian. So hang on a minute, Jack Larsen is showing up on my screen as not having his 14th lap recorded. So that must be a glitch, because he came across the line in 3rd position, but my timing screen is showing that Sera Kojima is 3rd place. That can't be right, unless they've docked Jack Larsen a lap for something, which we wouldn't, well, I don't really think that's right. I think that's going to be corrected before long, because I don't think he's been given a lap penalty for anything. He certainly came across the line. There must be an issue with his transponder. Hopefully they'll fix that and they'll confirm the results soon, because I thought maybe he'd have got a penalty, but no, because we didn't see anything there on the scoreboard. But Andrea Galimberti takes the victory regardless anyway from Leonardo Mori and Jack Larsen. then Seta Kojima, Kevin Subhavanichinon, Danish Chen, Chris Kasemsa, Daing Abdul Rahman, Max Tser, and Conrad Garrow, 10th position. That definitely shakes things up, ready for the final in Junior X30 later. Now we're getting ourselves ready for the Cadet Superheat. So the Cadet Superheat is going to be an interesting one. We're going to see Poshkong Chol lining up on the front of the starting grid for this one, alongside Mason Kwong. Then we'll have Jake Kostecki and Sirachak Ongbongnoi. Hirot Sir versus Chinafat Vejabuti. There is Hirot Sir, still keeping his championship fight alive. There's Chinafat Vejabuti. And there is the number 12, that is Putapong Wapachan. Number 5, Kalen Delsey, getting himself ready for another exciting bout out on the course. And there with the Red Bull tribute helmet, that's the number 35, Kalen Delsey getting himself ready. And there is the number 16, the very competitive Oliver Tser. Car number 11, Parwin Robicat Superchok for the Wara race team on the Energy Core chassis. And there is Porsche, Patabol Kalkanjanaset, trying to fight himself back into contention after a difficult start to the weekend for him so far. But a very competitive field of drivers in Cadet and Cadet Rookie. 29 karts in total as they all try and get themselves ready for the start here of their longest race of the weekend so far. 12 laps it'll be for the Cadets and Cadet Rookies. So they're going to be battling away. In their championship fight, it's very intriguing. Jake Kostecki has 95 points and will not drop points because he missed the first round of the championship. So as long as he turns up at rounds 5 and 6, he will not drop any scores because the drop score essentially becomes the last one. So as long as he turns up to round 6 and puts some points on the board, he won't lose any points. Oliver Tser drops 12 so far. That puts him on 59. Hirot Tser had a 0 score at the second round of the championship, so he doesn't drop any points either. So he's on 70, 25 behind Jake Kostecki. So there is a very slim chance here, and I do mean a very slim chance because it's mathematically possible, but with Hirot Tser still in the top 6 and Jake Kostecki in 3rd provisionally at the moment behind Poshkong Chol and Mason Kwong, he would have to work incredibly hard to make enough points up to grab the victories in both the Superheat and the final in order to win this championship today. He would have to do a very unbelievable job in order to wrap up the championship today. There's a very slim chance of that happening, but a chance is still a chance, and so everybody working very hard to make it happen. For the moment, though, it is Mr. Posh who has been the form maker over the course of this weekend. He has the bonus point for pole position, and that puts him on 69 points before drop scores, on 61 after drop scores. So Poshkong Chol with a great chance here to put himself further forward up the championship ranks, and certainly looking good on home soil. The other championship contenders, incidentally, are Max Schilling, Porsche, Kalkanjanaset, and Mason Kwong. And Mason Kwong is starting 2nd on the grid for this Superheat, so he's got a great chance to put himself back into the fight here. And after his 0 score earlier in the season, he doesn't drop any points either. So he's actually right up there in the mix, ahead of the likes of Oliver Tser, Poshkong Chol, Max Schilling, and Porsche Kalkanjanaset on dropped score accumulation. So he's 7th overall, but he's actually 3rd after dropped scores. So when you do the maths and do the calculations, it actually makes him much more competitive than it looks on paper. So Mason Kwong does have an opportunity to finish in the top 3 of this championship. And don't forget, the top 3 get tickets for the IAME Warriors Finals in October at the Valencia circuit, the Lucas Guerrero Cartodrome in Spain. And so it's going to be very exciting to see how the competitors will get them into get themselves onto that starting list, and which 3 drivers it will be, because there are 7 drivers in Cadets who are in mathematical contention to win this championship. Jake Kostecki, Oliver and Hirot Tser, Poshkong Chol, Max Schilling, Patabol Kalkanjanaset, and Mason Kwong. All competitors that can fight for this year's championship in Cadets. Very incredible stuff to see how they have all worked their way forward. It's not been easy at all, and they know exactly how tricky it's going to be for the remainder of this season. They know how much hard work is going to go into the rest of this year's competition. It's really going to be tricky as the drivers line up again in position. But everyone knows just how difficult and how competitive it is likely to be. Last year's cadet champion, of course, Pumsit Kambonjong, another very impressive driver from Thailand. He's going to have an interesting battle on his hands in 2026 if he returns to the Infinity IAME Series Asia, as he is potentially touting in Junior X30. He's been racing in other competitions over the course of this year, but he's been a familiar face here in his native Thailand, so we'll see if he manages to return to the Infinity IAME Series Asia next year. But certainly his time as champion is going to come to an end sooner rather than later. If miracles happen, it could be today. However, if it's the normal state of play, it will go down to the wire at the season finale. But the cadets are gearing up for a very exciting penultimate race of the weekend. It's been a very interesting narrative over the course of this season as well, because we've had all sorts of interesting results. Hero Sir managed to get the perfect score, 36 points at the first round at LYL. He got pole position and then won the super heat and the final to score the perfect 36. Then we had a fantastic fight in round 2 at LYL, where Max Schilling was able to fight through valiantly on the final lap and grab the victory in the final at round 2. A real hero's drive. But for the last 2 weekends, it's all been about the Australian driver, Jake Estecchi. He did a fantastic job scoring 34 out of 36 at the final round of the championship at LYL, which was round 3. And then we came here last time to Bira in round 4, and he got 35 out of 36. He's certainly not going to get 36 out of 36 this time, because Poshkong Chol was able to come through and grab the pole position in time qualifying. But if Jake Estecchi can win both the super heat and the final, depending on where Hero and Olit Sir finish, there is a possibility, a very vague possibility, that the championship could actually be won today and not in September. He's got to hope that all of the planets align. So when you consider that he's currently trying desperately to get back on terms with the likes of Jake Estecchi and Mason Kwong, I would actually be in the mindset of, never mind about the championship today, think about it in September, and let's just get on with things, score some points and see what happens at the end of the day. Because if you start thinking too much about championships, it can colour the way you think about things. There's a bit more cloud cover today than there was yesterday, so it's still incredibly hot here. Even for Thailand, the locals have been telling me that this is unusual how hot it is. So a very interesting situation for the competitors in terms of weather conditions here. Certainly feeling a lot hotter than it actually is due to the high pressure in the area. It's about 33 degrees Celsius is what we're expected to reach today. Less than a 5% chance of rain though. So I don't think you're going to have any rain to worry about today. The 3-minute board goes up as the drivers are getting ready to venture out onto the circuit. And all 29 of them are going to have a very interesting time of it. Let's talk through the grid in full. Poshkong Chol alongside Mason Kwong, front row of the grid. Jake Estecchi and Siddhachak Ongbungnoi are going to be on the second row. Then Hirotsa and Chinapat Bejabuti on the third. Then it is Max Schilling doing a great job in 7th position on the grid for this one. Doing a really, really good hard work over the course of the weekend. He started the weekend down at about 14th after qualifying, so he's made up half of that work already. Very good recovery drive so far this weekend then from young Max Schilling. In the rest of the field, 8th position on the grid for the number 12, Puttabong Wongnapachat. Now he is expected to challenge for the top cadet rookie this weekend, so there is a potential win on hand for the cadet rookies. He's been battling all weekend with Kalen Delsey, who lines up directly behind him on the grid in 10th place, alongside Liban Lewis Kanan, who is there in 9th on the grid. Oliver Sir is 11th on the grid alongside Parwin Ravikat Supachok. He originally qualified 2nd place and is down in 12th position at the moment, so a really interesting shuffle of the deck here. 13th on the grid for Tanawarat Vejabuti, and then Patabokok and Janaset, or Porsche as he is known, 14th on the starting grid. Then we've got 2 really great Thai talents sharing the 8th row of the grid. Sriatapat Tirapatapawarong and Saharat Ler Prasetpakorn are on the 8th row of the grid together. Then it is Prinvonkapon, and in 18th place on the grid, it is the number 44, that is Jiraj Sutavatanarosh. Then 19th on the grid is the American Blake Sewer, and then 20th is Jaden Gabriel Aria. Jaden Javier is alongside Mohamed Fawibowo, and then Super Giorgio, George Patrizi is alongside Bebe, that is Nutsadong Rangostanakul. Marshall Yu is alongside Mohamed Falik, and then we have Kenzie Everzananda, Joshua Tan, and Shabal Basalama Formation lap begins. The drivers are sent out. All 29 cadets are ready and raring to go. 12 laps of the course. It's going to be the longest and most physical race of the weekend so far. Probably the longest and most physical weekend race of their year so far in these temperatures. But there's still going to be some battles to come from them. Going into the final itself, that'll be the longest race of the weekend. And so all of the drivers are ready and prepared to put ourselves into a strong position here. Front row, the starting grid, Posh Kong Chol and Mason Kwong. Jake Kostecki and Sivachak Ongbagnoi, then Hirot Sir and Chinapat Vijabuti, then Schilling. Then it is Wadakit Superchok, and then 9th and 10th on the grid, Kanan and Delsi. Then we have Sir... it was actually, my apologies, up in 8th position on the grid is actually Wang Napachan, my apologies. It is Wadakit Superchok alongside Oliver Sir on the 6th row of the grid, then Vijabuti and Kaukan Janaset, and then we have Terapatara Bawang and Led Persepakorn on the 8th row of the grid, and then it's Vonkapon from Suyatha Vatanarosh, and then we have Sua, Arya, Javier, Wibowo, Patrizi, Rongwastanakul, Liu, Falik, Erizananda, Tan, and Basalama. So all 29 carts in position coming around the far side. This is looking like a fairly decently ranked grid. Let's see what we've got in terms of a start. No, false start. Looked like a bit of a push there from Posh Kong Chol. So Posh Kong Chol, you can see for yourself that the red lights did not go out. So it is a false... Oh my goodness. Wow, we've had an incident there on the way out of turn 1. And there is a cart upside down. That's going to be an instant red flag. So immediately we go to red flags, and there is a cart that has rolled it. It's one of the Paralins, I think, that's had a roll on the far side. So a very nasty moment indeed. The race is instantly red flagged. And so we're just waiting to see what will happen as a result of the incident. I can tell you that the driver is on their feet. The driver is on their feet, so they are conscious. That is good news. But a very nasty moment. Back down onto the knees again. So obviously a very scary moment in the cadets before the race has actually come to a stop. The ambulance is on the scene within 30 seconds of the roll. So great to see that the driver in question is already being attended to. So the drivers will be stopped on the starting line. Now, we're not going to obviously show you a million replays of the incident because there's no need to speculate or give you entertainment value when we don't know the full ramifications of the well-being of the drivers involved in the incident. But certainly all of the drivers are now being brought back into their position. I can tell you that the identity of the driver, it looks to be Lieben Lewis Kanan, who is one of the drivers involved in that incident. There are 2 carts off the road at that point by the look of it, potentially even 3. There are 26 carts on the start-finish line. So, yeah, there are 3 carts then, essentially, that are parked up at the exit of turn 1. So we would just allow now the officials to go through their safety protocols and check the conditions and well-beings of the drivers. Very important that, obviously, the correct procedures and protocols are adhered to. That's got to be done first before anything else. And so... it's important just to ascertain the well-being of the drivers. The 2 other drivers involved in the incident, I can tell you, are on their feet, and there are just precautionary medical checks for the 3rd driver involved, but it is a CRG, a Paralin, and I'm trying to see the identity of the other cart. I think it's a Tony cart that's involved in that one, but from this distance, very hard to tell which drivers are involved, but we will not speculate on the well-being. We'll just allow the officials and the marshals to do their job. They've obviously got a set list of protocols that they need to undertake here. But very important to ensure the safety of the drivers. There are the 3 carts involved. It's the 5, the 16, and the 77. So that is Oliver Sir, Liben Lewis Kanan is in the mix there, and the 77 is Tanawara Vijabuti. So I can tell you that 2 of the 3 of those drivers are walking unaided. The 3rd one in question is in the ambulance for precautionary checks. But essentially what happens now is that the drivers are put back into their original grid positions because the race did not start, so they will get a full restart from their original grid positions. So I guess it will be a race start minus the 3 drivers involved in the incident. The drivers are out of their karts, having a quick conversation with each other or with their mechanics on the sidelines if necessary. But obviously the only important thing to focus on here is the safety protocol. So the 3 karts involved have obviously been recovered, and the medical teams are ascertaining the well-being of the driver involved. We'll take a quick pause in order to allow them to deal with the situation. So just to give you all a quick update then, we're under red flag conditions here at the INFINITY IAME Series Asia at the Bira circuit in Pattaya in Thailand, round 5 of the 2025 championship. A red flag after an incident after an aborted start in the superheat of the Cadet X30. I can tell you that 2 drivers were reported to the medical centre. There were 2 drivers in question, Thanawarat Vajabuti and Libin Lewis Kanan. I can report that both drivers are okay. They have only light injuries, and so they are not in harm's way. They're certainly not in a critical condition. Both are conscious and talking. So it's a wonder, once again, the modern safety standards of these karts. The neck supports, the fantastically sophisticated helmet designs, and these impeccable race suits, once again, did their job in protecting the lives of our race drivers. I can report that, having spoken to both drivers myself, both drivers are absolutely okay. They've only got light injuries, light bruising, and in one case just being treated for shock more than anything else. But fortunately, the 2 drivers who were reported to the medical centre are okay. So that is very good news indeed, and once again a tribute to the incredible and impeccable safety standards of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock. Amazing work by everybody. The ambulance on the scene within 30 seconds of the impact. So fantastic work from everybody here and all of the organisers, not just the karting series itself, but also the Royal Automobile Association of Thailand and SKT Thailand, who have been assisting the running of the event. But fantastic work from everybody. They really have been exceptional in putting this together as an impeccable event. And so, once again, the lives of 2 young competitors have been saved by the incredible safety standards and modern technology of the safety gear of the drivers involved, and the light work and quick reactions of all of the officials and marshals on the scene. Very good work indeed. But both drivers, Thanawarat Vajabuti and Libin Lewis Kanan, are okay. They are currently being treated in the medical centre for the light injuries they've received. Certainly nothing life-threatening in the slightest. And both are conscious, talking, and compos mentis. So that is very good news indeed. So the race is going to get restarted then. The drivers have had a meeting with the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, which we saw on our cameras. And all of the drivers are now getting a little bit of a conversation then from the mechanics, and they are basically going to get started again in 10 minutes time. So there is the 10-minute board going up, so we've now got 10 minutes before the race gets underway. So I'm going to wander down onto the starting grid and have a chat with a couple of the drivers ahead of the race. So we've just had the 10-minute board go up, and now the drivers are getting themselves prepared and ready for a restart. You can see most of the drivers to the side of the circuit here, just getting themselves into the mix, ready for a restart. But obviously that's a little bit of a headache in terms of their race preparation, because they're obviously all dialed in and ready for a start, and now they've got to go through that procedure all over again. You can see off to the side, drivers are just getting cooled off more than anything else, because the intensity of the temperatures here, even more than they were in round 4, It's now looking to be a peak of 33 degrees Celsius, but for a lot of the drivers this weekend, it's that high level of pressure that makes it very tricky for them indeed. Let's see if we can grab a word with a few of the drivers before they get themselves back into their equipment. Max Schilling about to get underway again. Max, good recovery so far this weekend. Qualifying was a bit tricky, but you're back into the top 10 again. So what are our chances of getting towards the top 5 now?
100%.
Good man. How challenging have the conditions been on this layout compared to round 4?
Too hot.
Cheers, Max. Keeps it short and sweet. That's what we like. Very good stuff. Actually, watching at the sidelines is Andrea Galimberti, so I'm going to see if we can just pop over and have a quick word with the man who's just walked away dominating every race so far this weekend in Junior X30. Andrea, great start, pole position, 2 heats and a superheat victory. Just one more to go. How are you feeling for that?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. And I just want to push until the end in the final and try to get as much gap as I can.
Now, looking at the way that the drop scores are working out, with your main rivals having difficult weekends, they'll drop fewer points ready for round 6. So it kind of means that you've got to be absolutely perfect from now until last race in September. Are you feeling the weight of expectation from the team on that one?
Yeah, and next race I'll just do the same thing and win.
And how are you feeling going into the race later? There's going to be really high on tyre degradation. It's hotter even now than it was in round 4. How have you guys adjusted?
I'm just going to pour a whole bucket of water on me and hope for the best.
That's the cheat. Good luck for it, Andrea. Good job so far.
Thank you.
Excellent performance so far from the Italian stallion, who's just been immense over the course of this weekend. Let's get a little bit technical, shall we, as we look at some of these karts. I wanted to talk a little bit about tyre degradation. Come and join me on the floor, Iron Man, because we've got these incredible levels of degradation. These karts have literally just done the entirety of the last 2 days, basically. They're waiting to put the fresh set of tyres on. But you can see the incredible intensity of tyre degradation. There's just this top layer of rubber that's incredibly sticky on each section, and it's kind of melting as it goes its way through. But that's a kart that's waiting to get its fresh set of tyres ready for the final. And the graining and the heat that is generated through it, it almost creates like a rubber, like a sticky glue on the top surface of the tyre. It's very, very difficult for these young drivers to manage the degradation. Let's have a quick word with Mason Kwong, who's back on the front row of the grid again after a bit of tricky couple of weekends. Mason, good to see you at the front again, mate. How hard have you guys at DRM been working to get you back where you should be?
Me and my team have been working really hard, especially for this week, because in order to keep in the championship standings, for the championship win, we came here on Wednesday just to practice, check everything, test everything, the chassis, the tires, engines, yeah.
Now, on drop scores, you actually have a realistic chance of still being in the fight for this, even though you're 7th overall. When you take drop scores into account, you're right up there towards the top 3. So how important is consistency from now to the end of the season for you?
For me, consistency is really important. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I know you've got a very tough mission ahead. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
It is getting very, very tricky now. We've just had the 5-minute board go up, so I'm going to leave these guys to prepare. We are going to get this race restarted with a few absences, but fortunately the news here from Bira is that everybody is okay. Let's get back to racing. So despite a red flag period there for the Cadet X30 and Cadet rookies, it is important to note that the 3 drivers involved are okay. 2 of them were submitted to the medical centre for checks. They have sustained only minor injuries, a few cuts and bruises essentially, but both drivers are absolutely okay. They're not in a critical condition, and they'll continue to get a little bit of treatment from the medical teams just so that we can be on the safe side. It's very important when you've got the lives of racing drivers to keep an eye on that. Essentially, it is always better to be overcautious than undercautious. So the drivers getting themselves ready then to get ourselves racing again. There is Mason Kwong lining up alongside Posh Kong Chol. The front row of the starting grid is just as it was before. So there are going to be 2 absences from the starting grid as far as I can tell. Oh no, it looks like there's only going to be 1 absence from the starting grid, which is absolutely incredible considering. So both drivers that were involved in the incident there were obviously taken to the medical centre, but it looks like there's only one absence on the grid, and that is going to be Libin Lewis Kanan. So there was a trip to the medical centre for Thanawara Vejabuti for a light bruise to his arm, but it was only a light bruise, and he's got his race suit and helmet back on. He's going to take the restart. So that is absolutely incredible from Thanawara Vejabuti. The other driver involved in the incident, of course, was Ollie Tsur, and he is okay. He's going to get himself back into the race action as well. The 1 minute board goes up with the start engine signal, and so the formation lap gets underway. So the drivers will get started once again. For a couple of drivers, it's taking a little bit of time to get back up to speed again, naturally, after the incidents that were involved. But incredibly, despite the severity of the incident that brought out the red flags, there is only one kart missing from this restart, and that is Libin Lewis Kanan. We wish him a very speedy recovery. It's not a particularly large collection of injuries for Libin Lewis Kanan. It's only a light scuff or two here or there. He's still in the medical centre, just being given precautionary checks. But having spoken to him, he is okay. That is the good news. So back into the race we will go then, and the cadets are forming up for a restart here. Formation lap is as the same procedure as it was before. So everybody getting themselves back into their grid positions as they should do. And as long as everybody is back into their original positions by the red line, then everyone can start where they were predicted to start. Now there are a couple of drivers who are fighting to get into their original positions based on where they should be. A couple of drivers literally leaving it to the last possible moment there in order to do so, but I guess as long as they're okay with the start procedure, we will be able to go racing without incident there, as Shabal Basalam is still struggling to get his kart started here. Out of the final turn, are we going to go racing this time, or is it going to be a start? It is a start. Green flags, and we're underway after a bit of a tricky start, but it's no problem at all for the two leaders as they zip through the first corner. And everybody is under racing speed here. No worries at all for the race leader as Posh Kongchol controls the pace in front of Mason Kwong in the first lap. Jake Kostecki is battling to try and keep his position, as up into third position has come Hero Tsur. So Hero Tsur has forced his way through into third position with some very sneaky moves there. And up into P5 is Max Schilling. He's made a terrific start in behind Jake Kostecki. So now the weekend has really taken a bit of a turn. The drivers wrestling their way through the course and everybody getting themselves into a good position, but it's Posh Kongchol that leads the way. Mason Kwong in second, then Hero Tsur, Jake Kostecki, Max Schilling, and Sedachak Ongbangnoy in P6. Then in behind, it is Chinavat Vajabuti and then Porsche Kalkanjanaset. So some great race battles on this first lap already as the drivers are trying to settle themselves into a neat rhythm. A real shuffle of the deck on this first lap as drivers are really starting to find their feet. There is Chinavat Vajabuti. So Chinavat Vejabuti currently running in P7 behind Sivachak Ongbanoy as tight to the inside line. That is Porsche Kalkanjanaset wrestling on the inside line there to get through and make his bid there on Chinavat Vejabuti. That's for P7. So great work from Porsche. Porsche gets through. Excellent performance then from the Thai. As now Max Schilling in fifth position is trying to defend here from Sivachak Ongbanoy. Running as high as P5, that's the highest Schilling has run all weekend. And for Porsche Kalkanjanaset, that's P7. I'm fairly sure that's the highest he's run all weekend as well. So Kongchol leads the way from Kwong, then Hero Tsur, Jake Kostecki, then Schilling, Ongbanoy, Kalkanjanaset, Vejabuti, and then it is the number 12. A very big push forward then from the 12 of Wangnapachan. And that, of course, means that Putabong Wangnapachan is the leading cadet rookie in 9th position at the moment. So the battles really are growing strong in stature as Sivachak Ongbanoy is having to defend his position here from 7th place. Kalkanjanaset down the inside and makes the move happen. Good move from Porsche Kalkanjanaset as he dives in. There's not a lot that Sivachak Ongbanoy can do. He has to relinquish the position. And now he's got Chinavat Vejabuti to battle with in P8. So then it is Putabong Wangnapachan as Porsche Kalkanjanaset sets off after Max Schilling. Jake Kostecki in P4. And that is not ideal for his championship attack. His closest rival in the championship at the moment is Hirod Sir, who's now in front of him as Kalkan Janaset dives to the inside of Schilling. Schilling defends and covers, so no problem at all for the young man from Hong Kong to defend his position as there's yellow flags further back. Shababa Salama is in trouble. So Shababa Salama, the kart is essentially ridiculously slow, even by his standards. Kalkan Janaset diving for the inside of Schilling, and he'll get the move, and Ong Bang Noi is going to be on the inside line as well. Schilling holds his pace round the outside and keeps the position. Meanwhile, there's going to be a bit of a challenge here from Wong Napachan. So that's Prin Vonkapon moving forward on the 18. He's been able to get in front of Wong Napachan here, and there's going to be some pressure as the driver's getting in further back and working forward. Max Schilling back in front of Porsche Kalkan Janaset. Max Schilling gets his place back into P5 now. So if he can just hold this, then he'll get some decent points on the board. And not only that, but he'll have 5th position on the starting grid for the final. But Kalkan Janaset is pushing, trying to find his way through on the inside line. Max Schilling is not particularly happy at being pushed around. And so now Kalkan Janaset's going to get his move. Ong Bang Noi is going to get on the inside of Schilling as well. And so they make up positions on Schilling, who drops into 7th position. Meanwhile, it is Kongchol who leads the way. Kwong and Hirod Sir. Then Kosteki, Kalkan Janaset, Ong Bang Noi, Schilling and Vejabuti. Vejabuti diving in on the inside line. No, you don't, says Max Schilling. I am going to keep my position. And now Vejabuti is going to go wheel to wheel with Prin Vonkapon. Vonkapon on the far side. And Vonkapon leaves the door wide open. That's Parwin Warwick Superchok. So Warwick Superchok manages to move through and then loses the position almost immediately as now Max Schilling is having to defend here from Vejabuti. Vejabuti's trying to dive his way in. Sivachak Ong Bang Noi has got ahead of Schilling. And so the battle really is raging there in the top 10. Schilling having to hold his line as on the inside comes Chinavat Vejabuti. Vejabuti looking for an opportunity as Schilling closes the door. There's yellow flags flying here. Oh, we got 2 carts off in the distance. 2 carts off the road. So trying to figure out what's happened there up at turn 2. We've got double waved yellows up at the second corner. So 2 carts have come off the road together there. Trying to figure out who it is. But certainly the race leaders are approaching that particular point, and there are double waved yellows on the course as the carts are being recovered. And it looks to me as though it is George Patrizi and Sriatapat Tirupatara Bawong. So that is Tirupatara Bawong getting back going again. But George Patrizi has dropped all the way to 26th and is recovering now as well. There's Max Schilling still going wheel to wheel with Chinabat Vejabuti. Vejabuti looking for a move on the inside line. Schilling is covering his bases. He doesn't want to lose this 7th position now. Chinabat Vejabuti trying to get back on terms with him, but he's got to defend for 6 whole laps here. As on the inside comes Parwin Warwick Superchok. Warwick Superchok's going to get his run here on the 78 of Chinabat Vejabuti, and he'll work with Schilling to get down on the inside line. It's going to be Ong Bang Noi versus Vejabuti off the turn, and on the grass goes Vejabuti. That's going to cost him 4 places. So Chinabat Vejabuti on the grass, he drops to 11th position as a result of all of that. Maybe even 12th by the time they cross the line. Sriatapat Tirupatara Bawong has dropped the cart into the pits to retire. George Patrizi, I believe, has got going again. So Super Giorgio now finds himself down at the back end of the field trying to recover his position. Or has he just peeled into the pits to retire as well now, I think? Yeah, I think he has. So double waved yellows at turn 1. Looks like we've got a cart stopped out on the circuit there. So just at the end of the pit straight, we've got a stationary cart. Can't quite make out who it is, but we've got a retirement there. It's one of the Simon Racing Team carts, I do believe. Well, that actually looks more to me like Basalama. So already there's some retirements there. But Shabal Basalama in trouble. And it looks like we've lost one of the... it looks like we've lost another couple of drivers in the mix there, so I'll try and pick that up. But now side by side, Schilling's going to have some pressure here, trying to keep back Parwin Warwick Superchok. And Warwick Superchok dives in on the inside line. He's going to have some pressure from one of the CRGs there. That's Kalen Delsey getting on the inside line, trying to make the overtake. Not going to happen. So Schilling holds his position for the time being. But there is your race leader on lap 8. 5 laps to go then. Posh Kong Shol looking so smooth out in front. He's pulled 2.5 seconds nearly clear of Mason Kwong. And the battle further back for second position is going to get very tight indeed here. 5 carts in that mix. Kwong, Sir, Kalkan Janaset, Kosteki down to 5th, and Ong Bang Noi in P6. So Jake Kostecki just not having the pace in this one, and this tells me that the championship fight is going to go down to the wire in the final round of the championship. It doesn't quite look to me as though he's going to pick up enough points to secure it. Down on the inside of Schilling. Once again, it's going to be tight between... Oh, contact! As Schilling bangs wheels there with the 11, and Schilling is not happy with Parwin Rodakut-Superchok. And they're going to be 3 wide now as Schilling has to hang back behind the energy course. Well, it's difficult to have an incident with locking wheels like that on a straight line. Schilling has to give space there to Rodakut-Superchok, but it's really starting to tumble down the order again now, that particular kart. 2 drivers there locking wheels, Rodakut-Superchok and Max Schilling. Very tricky there between those two. Never easy when wheels lock on the main straight. But now the next challenger to go after Parwin Rodakut-Superchok is Thanawara Vejabuti. Let's look at this again. Down on the straight. Look, they just lock wheels. It's difficult to know who's really at fault there on that one. But the 11 and the 92 clatter wheels and then almost roll over each other there. They are so lucky that that didn't get bigger. A very tricky situation there for the contenders as Posh Kongchol continues to lead the way. We're looking at Kalen Delsey trying to make his move on the inside of the 12 of Putapong. So Putapong in number 12, that is Putapong Wangnapachan. And Wangnapachan is battling with Kalen Delsey for the cadet rookie victory, but they're both firmly in the top 10. As on the inside, that's a nice move there from Sutavatanaroj to get through on the inside of Oliver Tsur. Amazing racing this time in the cadets superheat. But not for the race leader. Posh Kongchol is just disappearing out in front. This is his weekend to command, isn't it? Second place for Mason Kwong as the number 8 and 65 are in the mix there. Jake Kostecki as George Patrizzi is being blue flagged and being told to get out of the way of the other competitors in this race. So George Patrizzi is up there in amongst the leading competitors and he's being given blue flags essentially. Please move over, please get out of the way. And so he is trying to make space then for the other contenders in this race. There is Kongchol. This is the most easy victory, if it finishes the way it currently is going, that Posh Kongchol has ever had in the cadets category. And in the superheats, he's just been able to pull clear of Mason Kwong, who's now got a little bit of space between himself and Patapokok and Janisset, who's now moved into 3rd position. So Patapokok and Janisset is now in front of Hirod Tsur. And then it is Jake Kostecki, who is in 5th position, trying to stay with his championship rival Hirod Tsur. But yeah, the pace has definitely not been with the Birilat Asia team on this occasion, as Jake Kostecki has slumped all the way to P5. So Posh Kongchol, Mason Kwong, then Porsche in 3rd position. That is Patapokok and Janisset. Hirod Tsur is 4th, and Jake Kostecki in 5th position. Final lap. So let's see what Kostecki can do as he closes up on Hirod Tsur. But he can't be too disappointed with 5th position. That's a very respectable position going into the final. So he can't be too disappointed. It's going to be really interesting to see how it all continues here. Posh Kongchol, though, 3.7 seconds up the road from the rest of his competitors there. And it's going to be really intriguing to see what he can do in the final. If he pulls off something like this, then Posh Kongchol suddenly becomes a contender in the championship race once again. As out of the final few corners will come Posh Kongchol. Mason Kwong's got enough space on Patapokok and Janisset to be comfortable. So it's going to be the CRG that will take the victory in the superheat. And an absolute counter. Posh Kongchol comes through to take a dominant victory here for CRG Thailand. Excellent run. 2nd place for Mason Kwong and 3rd for Patapokok and Janisset. What an amazing charge through from Porsche to grab 3rd position. Absolutely monstrous race from him. Really impressive stuff. Mason Kwong, 2nd ahead of Patapokok and Janisset. Hirod Tsur is 4th ahead of championship leader Jake Kostecki. So some very significant results there in the top 5. The championship ain't over yet. 6th position for Sivachak Ongbangnoy. He was ahead of Thanawara Vejabuti. And then Putapong Wangnapachan was the head cadet rookie ahead of Kalen Delsey and Max Schilling, who scores the final point in the superheat. A very exciting and intriguing race then And the retirement, by the way, was Prin Vonkabon. I wasn't sure who it was that retired at the end of the main straight, but it was Prin Vonkabon who ended up pulling off the race course. So some great battles as you'll see them play out again in the cadets. I have a feeling it won't be long at all until we get the Master X30 race started, thanks to that delay from the original race restart. But some great battles all the way, particularly an amazing charge from Patapol Kaukanjanase, who started that race all the way back in 14th and manages to fight his way through to 3rd position. Absolutely sensational drive. The driver of the race, without a shadow of a doubt. Patapol Kaukanjanase, such a great race as he worked his way through several competitors, past the Vejabuti brothers, past Sirachak Angbanoi, past Max Schilling, past Jay Kostecki, past Hirotsa, and almost on to Mason Kwong. Just an amazing drive from Porsche. He really was on it today. And of course, he gets to do it all again in the final later. But Posh Kongchol is victorious ahead of Mason Kwong and Patapol Kaukanjanase. Now we'll see what finds us on the circuit again in the Master X30 Superheat. So now attention turns to this man, pole position in the fantastic battle in Master X30. Only 6 drivers on the starting grid for this race, but they've all been incredibly competitive since the start, and it is really impressive to see what they have brought to proceedings so far. But pole position going the way of the treble 3. A very impressive run so far this weekend from the Wara race driver on the energy course. That is a very impressive work so far this weekend from Tanafal Barakat Superchok. Lining up alongside the champion incumbent, Wedasek Ayamchan, who has a lead in the championship. Now, we've done the math on dropped scores here. On paper, this looks like Wedasek Ayamchan's championship to lose, but in fact, when you take dropped scores into account, it's ridiculously close in the championship fight between Ayamchan and Harith bin Zaralo, because Zaralo has no dropped scores to take through the course of this season because he didn't compete in Master in the first round of the championship. So he doesn't drop any scores. Yamchan drops 29 points. That's a lot of points to drop over the course of the season. So after that, he will have 98 coming into the weekend, and Harith bin Zaralo remains on 89. So that's only 9 points difference between the two drivers for the last 2 rounds of this championship. It is going to be really tight and really, really tricky to call a victor in this championship. So the battle really is on then between Ayamchan and Harith bin Zaralo, and it is going to be all the way to the finish of the season, and they're going to be a nail-biting conclusion between them. 14 laps around this course as well, which will be particularly intense in this particular race. 14 laps is a grand total of, I'm trying to do the math here very, very quickly on this 1.162 kilometer circuit. Because if you do that 14 times, you're definitely going to know about it. That is a grand total of 16.25 kilometers of racing in this intense heat in the Master X30 battle. We go straight into the action, and it will be a very tricky one. But it's that battle once again between Tanafob, Wadakat Superchok, and Wedasak Ayamchan. Then third on the grid for Harith bin Zaralo, alongside the leading veteran Tamyuko, and then Ian Willock and Alpesh Patel, who will line up 6th on the starting grid. Great to see Alpesh Patel returning to the paddock once again. But it is going to be a really difficult race battle as they compete in close proximity again. But a very tough race in operation here for Tanafob. He's already taken 2 victories in Master X30. He now needs to put himself into the position to grab a 3rd. So that is what he's going to achieve here if he can hold his nerve on this start. Yes, you're looking at that grid thinking 6 karts. Well, how good a race can you have with 6 karts? Based on the last 2 weekends in Master X30, pretty darn good ones, to be perfectly honest with you. And we keep telling people, you don't need a massive grid to have a great race. You just need the right drivers in the right type of motorsport. And back in 1998, when Lewis Hamilton was in karting, he only had about 6 or 7 opponents in that season. So he still managed to work his way to Formula One, even from a very small and thin grid of karts. So you don't need a billion opponents. You just need to make the right work out on the circuit. Waiting for the lights to go out. We're racing, and it's going to be a great start from Tanafob Wadakot Superchok. Down to the inside line, Harith Bin Zaralo is going to go wheel to wheel with his championship opponent, but he has to hang back. He's not quite level enough to get on the inside line and make the overtake. As again, Tamyuk Ho tries to get the move on the inside, and he's got it! Tamyuk Ho gets into 3rd position on Harith Bin Zaralo as Alpesh Patel gets through on Ian Willock. So already some overtaking moves in the mix. But now Wedasak Yamchan wants to get his move here on Tanafob Wadakot Superchok in the lead of the race in the Wara Race Energy. So as they go through the hairpin, it's now up to Wedasak Yamchan to close up on his Thai colleague. He needs to get ahead of him on this lap. There's no 2 ways about it. He can't afford to let Tanafob get too far in front. But I think he may already have missed his opportunity because the energy course is just going to get quicker and quicker in these first 2 or 3 laps. And then it becomes a race of stamina. In Master X30, these guys are all over the age of 30 and a big tank snapper from Wedasaka Yamchan. And that, for me, has put paid to any chance of being able to keep back up with Tanafob, who's been so strong so far this weekend. His first lap was a full half second quicker than anybody else. So immediately, Tanafob getting into a very strong lead here, and that gap is already about 4 kart lengths. So I would say that Tanafob Wadakot Superchok, based on the previous 2 days of competition, I don't think he's going to be toppled again. Certainly not in the superheat anyway. Maybe in the final there's another chance. Whereas the leading veteran, Tamyuk Ho, is running ahead of Harith Bin Zaralo on merit. He's managed to make his way through to the inside line. And that does not do Harith Bin Zaralo's championship attack any good at all. He does not need to be sat behind Tamyuk Ho, especially now he's got Alpesh Patel breathing down his neck. So Alpesh Patel wanting to get back into the top 4. So as the drivers work their way through to the first turn, there's already a couple of shuffles of the deck in this race field compared to what we saw at the start. As Alpesh Patel is now putting Harith Bin Zaralo under some pressure. Tamyuk Ho, though, the leading veteran, the man from Hong Kong, doing an amazing job here, as Harith Bin Zaralo now finds himself battling with a couple of veterans. The jet black race suit and helmet of Harith Bin Zaralo coupled with the CS55 chassis. It looks spectacular out there on the course. But can Harith Bin Zaralo make his way through on Tamyuk Ho, who's going a little bit defensive here in 3rd position? He clearly knows that he's got faster drivers behind him, but he's made good work of things on the start. He drifts the kart out lightly wide. But there's not enough pace on that particular chassis for Harith Bin Zaralo to sweep through. He's now got to build up to it as they come off the turn. Little bit of a twitch there from Tamyuk Ho. Alpesh Patel might get his chance before they even get there. Now they go through turn 1 together. It's 1, 2, and 3 for these battles for 3rd position. Harith Bin Zaralo sticks his neck out, tries to get on the inside of Tamyuk Ho, has to hang back, and that's brought Ian Willock into the move as the concertina effect comes back into play. Harith Bin Zaralo now has a little opportunity here on Tamyuk Ho to draw level. Alpesh Patel trying to shake off Willock as they run through the parabolica. Very close stuff between these 4. As Harith Bin Zaralo tries again here on Tamyuk Ho. The 2 ties out front have already disappeared. Forget about them. It's all about the race for 3rd place as Harith Bin Zaralo is not going to let Tamyuk Ho hold him up any longer than he has to, because Alpesh Patel and Ian Willock are snapping, chomping at the bit, trying to get through. So Harith Bin Zaralo needs to make this overtake before someone behind him does the job. Off the hairpin, down the straight. Wadakot Superchok leads. Imachan 2nd. Who's going to be 3rd by the time they get up the top of the crest? It's going to be Harith Bin Zaralo opening the door. Tamyuk Ho knows he's opened it too wide there. Can he come across? Yes, he can. Alpesh Patel trying to dive in on the inside of the Mickey Mouse. He can't find the way through. Out of the Mickey Mouse section, as the drivers affectionately call it, up to the parabolica, and Harith Bin Zaralo drawing level, but he's not got the inside line. So again, Tamyuk Ho is able to hold station. Down to the braking zone for the next right-hander. Tamiko makes a big mistake. That's enough for Harith bin Zaralo. He drifts wide onto the marbles. Tamiko did everything he could to try and hold that, but the back end got loose on him, and Harith bin Zaralo was able to sweep ahead. No worries at all. So Harith bin Zaralo gets the jump there on Tamiko. He gets through into third position, and now it's going to be about trying to maintain the veteran victory, because here comes Alpesh Patel for Tamiko. This is not going to be easy. Alpesh Patel, serial race winner and veteran champion last year. Now he's got to try and find his way ahead of Tamiko. Tamiko's already getting a little bit sideways. He's really struggling under the brakes here. And that's going to back up Patel and Willock. They're going to get frustrated here in 5th and 6th position, trying to make the progress. Onto the far side through the Parabolica. And this is where Tamiko made the mistake on the last lap. He doesn't need to make another one. He gets it tidy this time. But Alpesh Patel and Ian Willock are getting very frustrated, sat behind him. So there's still opportunities to make the play. Alpesh Patel is not going to wait any longer. Dives in and takes the place. Great work from Alpesh Patel. He takes the veteran lead and moves into 4th position. So now it's Ian Willock's turn. What can he do to go after Tamiko? He really struggled for pace yesterday on the Gillard chassis. Now he's got a chance to bounce back. Dives in turn 1. Oh, that was a bit brave. Had to bail out of it. And now Tamiko's going defensive. Look, I'm in 5th position. There's no ways around the outside. Ian Willock bails in around turn 2. Magic from Ian Willock. What an overtake. Oh, he really showed us some magic in round 4. And just when we thought he was going to be an afterthought, he bounces back with a move like that at turn 2. Now, I don't know how much of that was Tamiko bailing out and how much of that was Willock committing round the outside, but that still takes incredible stones from the 39-year-old from Singapore. Excellent work from Ian Willock. And so now Alpesh Patel has got to try and get back on terms with Harith bin Zaralo. He was threatening to do so before they made the move on Tamiko, and now the comeback kid, Alpesh Patel, wants to go wheel to wheel with Harith bin Zaralo. This is going to be fascinating. CS55 versus Gillard. Harith bin Zaralo versus Alpesh Patel. The Malaysian versus the Singaporean. So how is this going to play out? Patel dialing in the move here on the CS55 chassis. This is a really intriguing battle, because this is all about nailing every single radius now for Harith bin Zaralo. Fighting in the championship, don't forget. But he does not want to get caught out battling away with Alpesh Patel. That's not in the script. And we know how big a diver Alpesh Patel can be when he gets a move on the inside line and he sees a gap. He goes for it. So now Harith bin Zaralo is defending. Alpesh Patel's being a bit more aggressive on the way into the braking zones. So he's definitely ramping up the attacks. Here goes Alpesh Patel into turn 1. Can he commit? Harith bin Zaralo trying to keep him at bay. They're still side by side. And Alpesh Patel will have the inside line for the next corner. And he gets 3rd position. Great work from Alpesh Patel. Welcome back to the front end of the field, mate. Alpesh Patel handles the move beautifully on Harith bin Zaralo with full commitment. And that was, as they say here in Thailand, Maimi Panha. No problem. Absolutely fantastic work from Alpesh Patel to get into 3rd position. What a duel between these two. The veteran and the young pretender to the crown. So Alpesh Patel now 3rd. Back at the front, it is Thanaphol Bodakut Superchok. He leads the way by 1.6 to Wanasak Yamchan. So fair play to Yamchan. He's definitely going quicker than he was yesterday, but it's still not enough to overhaul the energy course from the Wara race driver, Thanaphol Bodakut Superchok. So that'll be frustrating for the man in 2nd place. He knows he's got a championship to fight for here, but it's looking tenuous at the moment, certainly to get it done with a perfect score. He is ahead of his main rival, though, Harith bin Zaralo, so from that score, he can be fairly comfortable. But certainly, for the moment at least, all the focus on the victory is going to be on Thanaphol Bodakut Superchok. But Alpesh Patel has bounced back in flamboyant style here. The Singaporean looking to start the final from what will be 3rd position on the grid. Excellent, excellent work from Alpesh Patel. And a really joyous occasion for him as he continues to make good work of the drivers around him when the opportunities arise. Really exciting stuff. So through goes Harith bin Zyralo, and to be fair, the back end of that cart does look a little bit looser than it should be. I wonder if they've just gone a little bit too aggressive on setup, and it's just unsettled his stance a little bit here. You've got to be so careful. The fine lines between success and failure in setting up these carts is so small, and it's just that little tiny adjustment here, there, or everywhere. It can change the whole feel, the whole balance of the cart. And there's very little that a driver can do about it once the race starts. You just got to get on with it and hope that those laps count down in your favour rather than anyone else's. Alpesh Patel, by the way, has just set the fastest lap of the race at 52.359. He's going 0.4 of a second quicker than both men in front of him. So Alpesh Patel has come alive in this race. He is actually closing on the two men in front. 0.2 of a second quicker than Tanafob, half a second quicker than Imchan. Now, I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get him into second position, but Alpesh Patel has clearly decided, I'm bored of third place. I've only had it for 2 laps, but I don't want it. I want second. So Alpesh Patel returning to the fray, and now he is pushing to try and find those 2 seconds to work his way further forward. There might just be an opportunity here for Alpesh Patel to grab second place from Imchan if he keeps this pace up. But it is not easy to keep up the pace when you've been out there already for 12 laps of racing on this particular circuit, but Alpesh Patel has the experience of it, as of course still does Imchan. Harith bin Zyralo just consolidating the numbers in 4th position. Alpesh Patel, his last lap was a 52.3. That was 0.6 of a second quicker than Imchan, 0.4 of a second quicker than Wadakot Superchok. Alpesh Patel is not backing down from this fight. If anything, he's throwing even more at it. He's only got 2 laps. I don't think he's quite going to catch our man in second place, Wedesuk Imchan, but with him starting 3rd position for the final, that gives us a potential showdown. So, Tanafob, Wadakot Superchok and Wedesuk Imchan may come home in 1st and 2nd here, but their cards are definitely marked ahead of the final by the man in 3rd position, Alpesh Patel, who seems to have found the pace in the latter stages of this race. I wonder if he's going to be able to be even stronger from the start of the final. 1 lap to go. And it is going to be a victory surely for Tanafob Wadakot Superchok on the Wara Race Energy course. But Alpesh Patel means business. He starts from 3rd in the final, don't forget. So if he gets a good start and leaps into 2nd place, anything is possible. And now he's showing great pace in the Stratus RL run Gillard. So let's just wait and see what will happen in the final. For the moment, we know which way our bread is buttered. It's going to be Tanafob Wadakot Superchok that takes the victory. And it's going to be Imchan that comes through for a very solid 9 points on the board. Zyralo will get 7. And that will certainly set things up nicely for a championship attack later on. But it's going to be the victory for the 3rd time this weekend for the Wara Race Energy course. Tanafob Wadakot Superchok comes through for the checkered flag here in Thailand. No worries at all for him. 2nd place for Wedesuk Imchan. Look how close Alpesh Patel was at the flag. That is just 0.9 of a second. He's made up about 3 seconds in 4 laps. That is ominous for the final for Alpesh Patel. 4th place for Harith bin Zyralo, 5th place for Ian Willock, 6th place in the end for Tam Yuk Ho, but the promise of more to come in the final. Alpesh Patel has a few magic tricks up his sleeve. So once again, Tanafob Wadakot Superchok is able to control the pace ahead of his Thai opponent, Wedesuk Imchan. Alpesh Patel beating Harith bin Zyralo to the checkered flag. And then the last 2 home, Ian Willock of Singapore and Tam Yuk Ho of Hong Kong. So there's still a lot to do, still a lot to battle for. And going into this last race of the weekend for the Master X30, I am really intrigued to see who's going to get that victory nailed off. So some good battles considering there were only 6 drivers in the field. Again, Master X30 giving us plenty to talk about. But on this occasion, the star of the show was the feisty and furious Alpesh Patel. Went through in 5th position at turn 1. Had to fight to get himself into 3rd position, but boy did he do so. Wedesuk Imchan missing his chance to go wheel to wheel for Tanafob on that 1st lap. You've got to do it early if you want to win this final later on. Next up, Senior X30. And so the penultimate race of the weekend for the Senior X30 category, and it's once again going to put Kimi Chan and Prasetyo Hardia, the double RM Motorsport teammates, on the front row of the starting grid. Third position will be the Australian Kai Burke, and fourth place will be Ananton Tangnianachai, and those four have been in that top four for the entirety of the weekend. That goes all the way back to qualifying, and for the first two races of the weekend, they stayed in those positions throughout. So there's been no change at all. The man to watch here on this start is quite evidently the Australian Kai Burke. With a chance to fight for this championship, he really is in the mix now. And looking at the way that drop scores work, there's obviously a championship leader who will not drop any scores, Toby Gale, on 106. Yukapo on drop scores has 81. Zadia Vrykal on dropped has 71. Kai Burke on dropped has 68. Austin Gale has no drop scores at all, and nor does Kimi Chan by the end of this season. They'll have 75 and 70 respectfully. So there's a lot to fight for in this Senior X30 Superheat to put some more championship points on the board. Don't forget, the winner gets 10 points all the way down to 1 point for 10th position. So every point counts in this championship fight. The worst weekend is the dropped score that you will lose. But if you've only done 5 events, then you're not going to drop any scores. So for the likes of Toby Gale, Austin Gale and Kimi Chan, they will not drop scores over the course of the rest of this season. So they will keep their tally. And that's why it's quite important for the likes of Yukapo, Kimi Chan, Kai Burke and Zadia Vrykal to maximise every point scoring chance they get from here. Just overtaking Toby Gale in the championship is actually going to be pretty tricky on drop scores. So they have to have a relatively decent weekend. And for the likes of Yukapo and Zadia Vrykal, that is not happening. Kimi Chan's having a terrific weekend. So that's going to put him right up in the vanguard. But whatever happens in this race, Kimi Chan cannot take the lead of the championship. He can only level Toby Gale because he is exactly 36 points behind him in the championship. And there's 36 points available here. So it's going to be fascinating to see who gets this done. Here we go. So off we go into the formation lap. Kimi Chan and Prasetyo Hardia, Kai Burke and Ananthon Tangnianachai, Yukapo and Clifford Kanjanapis, Horawon Komorakul and Rafael Kamal, then Cooper Fish and Thomas George. Zadia Vrykal is 11th alongside Sutomo Nishimura. Then it is Shavesh Sentil and Daing Ibrahim, Jiggy Javier and Nikhil Bora, Ayan Marwa and Megad Zulkarnain, Zachary Boyce and Warapong Iamchan. Then Miguel Quinones, Tiana Runchin, Andy Burret, Jenny Bibinet, Put Sunchit Rungrang, Panikon Adam Rasami, Melvin Shane, and Raphael Weissen. So with all of the 28 drivers getting themselves dialed in and ready, this formation lap will give us a really interesting duel in Senior X30. Watch for Yukapo and Zadia Vrykal in this race. They will need to make some progress if they want to win this championship. Yukapo is currently ahead on points as Miguel Quinones joins the field late. His race just started as he only just left the pits. So whatever happens, he's going to be about half a minute behind the rest of the field. So his race has already begun, but the red lights are waiting to go on here. If we get a false start, then Miguel Quinones can rejoin at the back end of the field for the restart. But let's see what happens. It looks like it's going to be a perfect start. And it is! Away we go! Kimi Chan leads into the first corner and into second position. Kai Burke is going to wrestle with Prasetyo Hardia. No, you don't. I'm going to get second. And the Australian is through into second position. Hardia trying to get it back round the outside. But the door is not open. Kai Burke has got into P2. Great wrestling work from the Aussie. And now he's in chase after Kimi Chan. This is exactly what Kai Burke needed on the first lap. He had to get ahead of Hardia and break the DRM toe. Now he's in the fight and he can go straight after Kimi Chan. So the battle is raging and Kai Burke is into P2. The hard work is already over as he's got ahead of Prasetyo Hardia. The rest of the field has stayed relatively clean on this opening lap. Couple of drivers making some moves. Yukapo is already trying to get after Ananthon Tangnianachai. So this could be a tricky one for Prasetyo Hardia in third position. He now knows he's got the chasing two behind. Tangnianachai and Yukapo sliding through turn one there, nearly the 2-3-4, getting very crossed up and sideways. That is, of course, the hard-charging CRG driver, Rafael Kamal. So he manages to correct it before it gets well away from him. But the Senior X30 Brigade have kept it clean for the moment. No major concerns. But Kimi Chan is your leader. Kai Burke in second, but he's dropping back. He's not closing in on Kimi Chan. He's falling back into the clutches of Prasetyo Hardia. This is not what the Australian needed at all. Oh, contact! 3 carts have come together there in the hairpin, and everybody has had to avoid the conflagration. That's the 221 involved. It's one of the Kart Republic. I think that's Dying Ibrahim that's involved in that one. The 221 in there is definitely Sutomo Nishimura. So he's got involved, and it's game over for Nishimura. Sutomo Nishimura is not rejoining. The oldest driver in the weekend, 55 years of age. And down the inside of Kai Burke. Big move from Prasetyo Hardia, and he's through. Prasetyo Hardia back into second place on Kai Burke. The Australian tried his best, but he hasn't been able to deal with the Indonesian avidly enough to keep a stranglehold on second place. The Biralat Asia man is just not strong enough here to keep up with Kimi Chan. But that's even tougher for the drivers behind now to deal with. Yuka Po is going to be the next one to keep an eye on here. Don't forget that Kai Burke has got to drop 8 points so far this weekend. That actually puts him on 68 on drop scores. So that puts him down in 6th position in the championship rather than P4. So Kai Burke has got a lot of work to do. 3rd position will do for the moment, as there is Ananthorn Tangnanachai. But he's trying to get away from Yukapo on the Explorer. Then it's Cooperfish, a much stronger weekend from Cooperfish in P6. 7th place, that is Clifford Kanjanapis in front of Wadawon Komorakul on the GFC. And then Zadia Vraikal has worked his way back into 9th position ahead of Rafael Kamal, in 10th position for CRG. So looking back, there is Cooperfish battling away with Clifford Kanjanapis, and there is the black and white GFC chassis, which Asian fans of karting will not have seen that often. It is an American chassis. Diving up the inside in front, that's Kanjanapis. He gets the overtake on Cooperfish. And next up is Wadawon Komorakul. So Komorakul, who is the promoter and distributor for the GFC chassis in Asia, doing a great job in the 217 in the black and white chassis. Not a particularly well-known chassis yet, but the GFC program is growing. On the inside, though, Zadia Vraikal is going to make his move, and the reigning Junior X30 champion from Malaysia gets in front of the GFC of Wadawon Komorakul. And that puts him into 8th position for the moment. That's certainly going to be a better result for Zadia Vraikal than he's currently looking at. But for Kimi Chan, it is absolute domination. No worries at all for him as it currently stands. So this is definitely going all to plan as far as he's concerned. So it's all going well indeed for these competitors, but there's a lot still to be played for here. Prasetyo Hardia trying to get away from Kai Burke, who in turn is being caught by Ananthorn Tangnanachai, who is under intense scrutiny from the Explorer of Yuka Po for PR1. But Kimi Chan is just loving life in the lead. 1.3 seconds clear of his opponents. No major concerns for the man from Hong Kong. That's going to give him 11 points, and that's going to take him to within just 25 points of the championship leader, Toby Gale. If he wins the final, they are level on points. And of course, even if they end the season that way, it would be Kimi Chan that wins the championship because he has 2 final wins to Toby Gale's sole win last time out. So a very impressive run so far from Kimi Chan. He just needs to keep doing what he's doing, and then he takes the joint lead in the Drivers' Championship. But what an amazing turnaround this season has provided us. And here in round 5, we are still seeing some great potential duels here in Senior X30. Looks like Vodacom is going to have some pressure here on the inside line from the hard-charging Nikhil Bora. Nikhil Bora has got himself back into the top 10. That is the ex-Formula Regional Middle East and Indian Racing League winner. Was seen competing in the Malaysian Touring Car Challenge earlier this year as well at Sepang. So he's perfectly adept in both racing cars and karts. Great to see him put on such a good effort here. As Kimi Chan leads Prasetyo Hardia, Kai Burke, Ananthorn Tangnanachai, and Yukapo. There is Yukapo, the purple kart, the Explorer chassis. The first time an Asian-made chassis has been racing at this competitive level. and they are determined to give it a championship title in its maiden season. If they can do so, then the orders will just come flooding in for this Chinese-based chassis. Drivers still putting on a great performance here. Watching some good battles further back in the field. I was just watching the 2-1-1 go into the first corner pretty quickly. There was Put Suntachit Rungrang. Now, Put Suntachit Rungrang actually runs a very cool helmet design. His helmet design, I believe, is based on the cartoon character, the anime superstar Kapita, which is very well known here in Asia. All about a young karting competitor who then goes all the way up to the world of single-seaters and eventually into Formula One. So, very inspired choice of helmet design there from Suntachit Rungrang. Little bit of contact going on further back down the field. It looks like we've got problems for the 2-3-3 in trouble. Looks like Birala almost stalling after some contact further back in the pack. That's Raphael Weissen. So Raphael Weissen has gone down to the back of the field, unfortunately, down into 24th position. Dying Ibrahim is limping around at the back of the field, and Miguel Quinones is still going at the tail end, but the two retirements from this race are Tian Runchen and Sutemo Nishimura. I'm not entirely sure Tian Runchen even started the race. I can't see the Formula K chassis anywhere around. Maybe he pulled into the pits at the end of the first lap, I'm not sure, but certainly can't see him on track at the moment. 8 laps completed, 8 laps to go, including this one, and the race leader and championship leader potentially by the end of this weekend is Kimi Chan, still going strong here. So Kimi Chan looking for a very competitive end to his weekend, but it's really going strong here as Kimi Chan pushes out in front and is 2.5 seconds clear of his teammate Prasetyo Hardia. This is absolutely perfect for DRM. There is Prasetyo Hardia because their man is being protected in the lead of this race by Prasetyo Hardia. So this is exactly what they were hoping for. And so Prasetyo Hardia is just having the easiest of races here in second place, just protecting Kimi Chan up front. Third position for Kai Burke, fourth place for INF1NITY, and then Yukapo on the Explorer, P5 ahead of Clifford Kanjanapis on his DRM Paralin. There's the quartet. Sixth place for Kanjanapis. There's Zadia Vrykal in the 250. Then it is Cooper Fish ahead of Nikhil Bora and Warawon Kamanakul. Now there is Nikhil Bora on the purple and orange machine, trying to dive in on the inside of Cooper Fish. Doesn't quite have the space to make it work, has got to wait for his opportunity. But Nikhil Bora straight back into the flow of things in karting. You only race a certain way and you never forget it. In karting, you can really hone those skills and get better at them, as Nikhil Bora has had enough of sitting behind Cooper Fish. He dives in and gets the overtake. Good work there from Nikhil Bora. So the man who lives in Singapore, racing under an Indian license, has spent time growing up in America, has also spent a fair amount of time in the United Arab Emirates. One of the most well-travelled young racing drivers I've ever known. So through turn one, this second to fifth place battle, still fairly relentless as we watch Cooper Fish. We're going to see a replay of the dive of dives here on the inside. No worries at all from Nikhil Bora. That'll do. I was sick of looking at the rear exhaust, to be honest, so I just thought I'd dive up the inside, see what happens, and it worked well. So now Cooper Fish down to 9th place, trying to get away from Warawon Kamarakul, and they're being hunted down by Rafael Kamal and Shavesh Sentil. But it looks to me as though it's going to be a fairly straightforward Senior X30 superheat here. No major concerns. Certainly from Kimi Chan up front, it's pretty easy going. Second for Hardia, third for Kai Burke, and then INF1NITY ahead of Yukapo and Clifford Kanjanapas. Zadia Vrykal, Nikhil Bora, Cooper Fish, and Warawon Kamarakul in the top 10. 11th position behind them and trying to get into those final points-paying positions is Rafael Kamal and Shavesh Sentil. Then Thomas George and Zachary Boyce, Andy Barrett, and Wanapong Amwachan, or Putta as he is known. Padikon Anamrasamy is up to 17th in front of Megat Silkanine. So Padikon Anamrasamy definitely making some progress there on the Praga. On the Kart Republic, I should say. The Muwa Motorsport team does run Pragas, but for Padikon Anamrasamy, they're actually running his old favourite, the Kart Republic chassis. But out in front, here in Senior X30, it is still all about the 261. Kimi Chan just controlling the pace out there. 3 seconds now. Clear of Prasetyo Hardia with just 3 laps to go. Hardia second, Kai Burke is third, Tangnianachai fourth in front of Yukapo, Clifford Kanjanapis and Zadia Vraikal. Then it is Nikhil Bora, Cooper Fish, and in 10th place, what about Kamanakul? Now that is the 215, that is Parakonanam Rasami receiving the technical flag. Now, I want to see if I can have a look at his cart out the window and see why he's been given that. Well, unfortunately, he'd already passed my position, but the technical flag has gone out to Parakonanam Rasami. Going to try and look at his cart from a distance to see why they're keeping an eye on his cart. His hand is in the air. He knows he's got to pull in, and he's going to come straight back to pit lane. So Parakonanam Rasami, very unhappy. Technical flag, he is out of this race. Pulls into pit lane. Can't quite believe what's gone wrong. And so Parakonanam Rasami, very unhappy indeed. So the race continues on for Kimi Chan. He's got 2 laps left ahead of Prasetyo Hardia, Kai Burke, Ananton Tangnianachai and Yukapo, with Kanjanapas, Raikal, Bora, Fish and Komarakul set to score the points here. So it's definitely looking very good indeed then for the competitors around them. But this championship fight is still going strong. At the end of this race, Kimi Chan is going to be on 81 points on dropped scores. Raikal is going to be on 75 on dropped scores. On 87. And Kai Burke, by the way, is going to be on 76. So it really does tighten things up. We're on the final lap now as Kimi Chan passes the pits once more. And Kimi Chan is on course for a perfect score so far this weekend. 11 points out of 11. All that is to come after this is the final, and he's looking so strong to win that. 25 points to the good. Kimi Chan has had to fight all season when he's been racing. He's looked off the pace. He's looked out of sorts. He's looked like he's had to try and fight his way back. That glorious victory in the second round final at LYL came out of nowhere. This weekend, Kimi Chan has gone back to the winning ways we know him to be capable of, and he has just charged away from his opposition. It's been an amazing race weekend of domination for the man from Hong Kong. Now that Kimi Chan knows he can become back-to-back champion, he's going for it. Out of the final turn, Kimi Chan conquers all so far this weekend. Pole position, heat 1, heat 2, super heat. Great work in second place then from Prasetyo Hardia, and third place for Kai Burke in front of Ananton Tangnianachai and Yukapo, fifth place on the Explorer. As for the other championship contender, well, Zadia Vraikal was 7th in the end in that race, and that puts him on 4 points so far this weekend. But Kimi Chan has just been invincible. Kanjanapas was ahead of Raikal, but behind Yukapo. The final point scorers were Nikhil Bora, Cooper Fish, and Wadarong Komarakul. So absolutely monstrous domination then from Kimi Chan, the likes of which are rare to find in Senior X30. But after winning the championship title in 2024, he didn't think he would really have much to do in 2025. Every race has been a bit of a surprise to him. He was only meant to do 1 or 2 rounds this year. This has ended up being his 4th out of 5. And now that Toby Gale and Austin Gale are sitting out the rest of the championship, Kimi Chan has done the math. He knows he could become back-to-back champion and end up representing Hong Kong in the IAME Warriors Finals in October. And so he's got himself into the zone. He is gunning for it. What will Yukapo, Zadia Vraikal and Kai Burke be able to do in retaliation? The only way to answer that question is to tune in for the final. What an amazing start to the day then. In junior, a victory again for Andrea Galimberti. More performance superb from Posh Gongchol in the superheat. And then once again from Thanafob Wadakat Superchok in the Masters. But in Senior X30, it's been one-way traffic too. Kimi Chan making it 3 wins out of 3. There's only been 1 race winner in each category this weekend. They've been dominating all the way through. But now it's time to finish the job. The final will determine who will stand on the top step of the podium this weekend here in Pattaya City in the land of smiles. There's just 1 race to go in all 4 categories. For the juniors, for the cadets, for the Masters and the Seniors, and then we will wrap up proceedings for good here in round 5 of the Infinity IAME Series Asia. Still a lot to do, still some great finals ahead of us. We'll come back onto the program once again at 12:45 local time, and then we will get ourselves into the action for the racing. It's going to be a really exciting set of finals. Join us later. Oh, contact by the back. Several carts involved. Ready for the finals in round 5 of the 2025 INFINITY IAME Series Asia competition, the pinnacle of Asian karting. The competitors are getting themselves ready for an exciting battle out on the course, as we are now ready for another exciting battle to commence in each of our 4 categories. In junior, in cadet, in master and in senior, everybody is going to be putting on an excellent display. And of course, we're getting to the business end of the season. The championship points on offer are so influential in deciding who goes to the IAME Warriors final in October in Spain. It'll be very interesting out on the course. Now, so far this weekend, each of the 4 categories have been one-way traffic for each of the men that have grabbed pole position in each category. It's been domination for Posh Kong Chol in cadet, in master for Tanafob Wakarumpachong, for Kimi Chan in senior, and in junior for Andrea Galimberti. It's been one-way traffic, but that doesn't mean that's how it's going to go into the final. It's a very different affair. It's got hotter over the last hour or so. And of course, these are going to be the longest races on the weekend's bill. So it's definitely going to be all about time management. As we can see out on the circuit, let's go and have a little look in preparation for these finals. I'm going to try and clamber my way over the top here, just to kind of give you an idea of the intensity of the tarmac. It's old school circuit this here at Bira by comparison to LYL with its brand new tarmac that we had in Malaysia. This is very much old school karting territory. The Bira circuit has been here in its present guise since 1986. The karting circuit is very old here. It's going to celebrate its 40th anniversary next year. So this is very much old school. The drivers have been learning a different tack in how to look after their tyres and how to get a better balance in terms of tyre degradation, because it's so intense here. All of the drivers have been finding it particularly difficult to handle. And as a result of that, it's made things very, very aggressive in terms of tactics. So while we're waiting to get ourselves out on the course, let's go and wander the paddock a little bit, see who we can talk to after what's already been a very busy weekend. Obviously, here is a nice little area to the side here where the drivers and teams can get themselves sorted out and balanced. They can keep an eye on the timing screen as the races play out. And obviously all the notice boards are here with all of the updates that the drivers and the teams can check over the course of the weekend. I just want to see if we've actually got any official confirmations for starting grids. We certainly have in the junior final. So Andrea Galimberti will of course be taking pole position after his dominant run so far this weekend, joined on the front row of the grid by Jack Larson with Leonardo Mori and Sarah Kojima on that second row. Now that's going to be really interesting because the 7 Racing team, their 2 drivers, Mori and Kojima, have been ridiculously strong over the course of the weekend, and they're just getting faster as the weekend progresses. So we should see even more from them as things progress. As you can see, the marshals and officials are now starting to set up the starting grid ready for our junior final. They put the marker boards in position to make sure that everybody is ready for the start. There's going to be 19 of those boards placed out on the course, and then the junior drivers will send their karts out onto the circuit. Very exciting stuff. Now, somewhere in amongst the throng here of the Cadet X30 field is Posh Kong Chol, the man who is going to be starting from pole position in the cadet category. He has been the dominant force ever since the time trials yesterday. Pole position, Heat 1, Heat 2, and Superheat victory. So it's been all one-way traffic for Posh Kong Chol, as it has been in the other 3 categories as well. But that does not mean that we're not going to get an intense fight from the other competitors. I'm going to see if we can grab a quick word over at Viral Asia ahead of the Senior X30 final. Kai Berg has been working his way forward. Hopefully the sound isn't going to be too bad. Let's bring you a bit further forward so that it doesn't quite interfere with things. Kai, it has been a ridiculously difficult weekend so far, trying to find the pace when you're battling with the likes of Kimi Chan and Prasetyo Hadia. What has been the missing element so far to try and get ahead of the DRM guys?
I think definitely the tyre degradation on the track is way different to back home, so that's the biggest learning curve for us. But starting on the new tyre for the final, we should be there or thereabouts with the pace.
Now in the Superheat, you got a spectacular start. You were right up there into second position, and then it just fell back into normality again in P3. Where did the kart not really respond? Why is it that it's got the gumption to go up there with the Paralens?
I think we got the pace. It's just that that heat race didn't really go our way as far as the track temp and all that. So we did fall back, but we still bagged a couple of points for the championship, and that's all we need to focus on.
The final is going to be really important on tyre degradation. It's the hottest race of the weekend as well. How confident are you that there's going to be a better result on the way?
I'm very confident. I hope we can somehow pull some pace together and go fight Kimmy Chan at the front.
Good job, mate. Good work so far. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So Kai Burke from Australia trying to get himself into a solid position as the junior drivers are getting themselves ready to go. There's Chris Kasemtsup's car manoeuvred into position. He's obviously got a very busy time of it on the way to the grid. We're going to see if we can follow and find a couple more drivers getting themselves ready. There's the championship leader in junior. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with Conrad Garrow as he goes to the grid. Conrad, it's been tricky. There's no two ways about it, but you managed to fight your way back into the points superheat. Are things starting to go back in the right direction?
Yeah, it's been a very tough weekend for us. We just got to keep moving forward every race, making up positions. That's the key thing. And yeah, I think we can still have a good result today as long as it's a long race. So we've got the laps to do it, 18 laps, and it's going to be hot out there. So we just got to stay focused, consistent throughout the whole race.
Well, we've been looking at the drop scores. It's not actually that doom weekend, because even if you take a poor score here, you'll get back the 22 points from the previous drop. So you still end up being in a decent position going into the final. Does that kind of take the pressure off a little bit, or are you still trying to go full guns blazing?
No, we always just want the best result possible, so we're just going to keep pushing for that as always.
Okay, good luck for the final. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Conrad Garrow making his way to the starting grid. It's going to be a really interesting one as the contenders are obviously trying to make some progress here. A few more of the drivers making their way through. Now, before we go to the grid for the Junior X30 final, I actually want to have a quick word with the man who's going to be starting direct in Bertie on the grid, Jack Larson. He's actually going to be on the front row. Jack, it's been consistent all the way through, 2 seconds, so now there's a chance to go for the big one, but from the outside of the front row, how confident are you? How can you be?
Pretty confident with starting on the outside row, especially in the front row. I reckon I could get a jump so I can get into like the second place on the first corner and just race up to the end.
Tyre degradation is really key here. You guys have seemed to get better at it through the course of the weekend. On a fresh set, how strong is the car going to be?
I feel like the car's going to be very strong, and yeah, we're going to be really pushing the tyres but not too hard to overheat them.
Okay, well, good luck for it, and hopefully we'll see you on the rostrum afterwards.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Jack Larson going head-to-head with Andrea Galimberti on the front row of that Junior X30 final starting grid. It looks like everybody's getting themselves geared up and ready for the start. So it's time for the finals in round 5. Showdown on the way. So in the intense heat here at Bira, it just continues to rise. It's going to get to a high of 34 degrees Celsius at its peak. But because of the high weather pressure that we've got here, it actually feels closer to 40 degrees Celsius out there on the course. And it's going to be really treacherous in terms of how the drivers handle it. The biggest factor here, more than anything else, is going to be tyre degradation. It is so brutal out here on this Bira circuit. 40th anniversary next year, of course, for this place. Very different indeed to LYL, which is just about to celebrate its first anniversary of its opening. So it couldn't be more different in terms of the challenge of looking after those tyres. And in the intensity of these temperatures, it's definitely going to be ferocious in terms of what it will do to these carts. A fresh set of tyres will really start to churn on about lap 3. Shows you how difficult it's going to be for the drivers to really find their feet in these very tricky circumstances. I'm going to stay trackside in case a driver or two passes me, and we'll see if we can grab a word with any more of them just while you're looking at the pictures at the side of the road. But it's fascinating, the kind of pressure that's starting to ramp up with these drivers and teams now. Only 2 more weekends, well, not even 2 more weekends, 1 race and a weekend in order to put some points on the board. So it really is pressure cooker time for all of the drivers here. They've been working very hard indeed to put themselves into position. Ironically, we've actually been joined in the paddock. I'm not going to have a word with him because I know he speaks in fluent Thai, but Phumsik Kambonchong, last year's cadet champion, is actually in the paddock watching along very interestedly to see what's going on. Hopefully he's going to be on the junior grid next year. He's had a very interesting program of various different karting categories this year, but fascinating to see that on his home turf, he cannot stay away. Even if he's not driving, he kind of wants to see what happens, and he's a very interested and I'm sure curious spectator. That is last year's Cadet X30 champion, Phumsik Kambonchong, back in the paddock once again. The drivers are making their way to the starting grid though, so that is where we're getting ourselves ramped up, ready for the Junior X30 battle. And it really has been sensational up to this point. Everybody's been working so hard to get their karts ready. And all of that hard work now comes down to these final laps of the weekend. And who can go for those 25 points that give you the victory? Only the top 15 drivers score championship points. It's the same point scoring system as MotoGP. So 25 points for the win, 20 for second, 16 for third, and then 13, 11, and then 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way down to 1 point for 15th position. But they all count up until the last round of the championship, and then it is the lowest score weekend that is dropped from the final tally. So every single result has to count, and everybody is going to be working to try and get the maximum that they possibly can out of each of these battles. So the drivers making their way then to the starting grid, and I can tell you that there is a high pressure and high tension amongst the competitors on this grid. Really exciting to see the hard work that these competitors have been doing to put themselves into position. We had a quick word with Andrea Galimberti earlier on. We had a quick word with Jack Larson as well, so it'll be a good opportunity to see if we can grab a word with a few of the other drivers that are on the starting grid here as Andrea Galimberti's kart is maneuvered into position. So it's going to be an interesting one. I think the front row of the grid is actually being left empty. I'm not entirely sure the reason for that, but I'm sure that's going to be explained to me in a short while. But it looks as though the front row of the grid is actually being left empty. We'll figure out the reason for that shortly, but obviously when the race itself starts, it's going to be a rolling start, so it won't really make much difference. Andrea Galimberti getting himself ready on pole position. Jack Larson alongside him. We've spoken to both drivers ahead of the final, so very exciting stuff for them. Just waiting for the remaining competitors to come through. For the Thai fans back home, this is the man you want to be cheering on. Kevin Subhavanichinon for CRG Thailand. Definitely been putting on a great show all weekend. Looking to try and find that little bit extra to put him on the podium. Certainly the top 5 drivers coming away with trophies, of course, in INFINITY IAME Series Asia. So there's 2 more places to try and grab. Seda Kojima, definitely a driver worth keeping an eye on as well. The Philippines youngster has been so fast in the last couple of weekends. And don't forget, last time out in the heats, in round 4, she became the first woman in our paddock to take an overall race victory. So definitely one to watch out for in Seda Kojima. And also her teammate Leonardo Mori, the team that is based, of course, at LYL International. But Leonardo Mori, the Malaysian, has been so composed in these last few weeks, changing from the Ital Course chassis to the Cosmic. It hasn't affected his speed in the slightest. If anything, he's got stronger in his mentality and focus. It really has benefited him to move further forward. The drivers are making their way forward to the starting line. They'll take the obligatory photograph. Everybody working their way through. Good to see all of the drivers in very confident mode ahead of this junior final. It is absolutely sweltering down here on the starting grid, so that the junior drivers are really going to find it difficult over the next few minutes or so. But it's a very tough race in prospect. Now, I showed you earlier on in the stream what a worn-out set of tyres looks like. Come and have a look at this already. You can see, even just putting my hand on these tyres, they are absolutely scorching hot. It is ridiculous. We haven't even gone racing yet, and these are absolutely cooking at the moment. So if you consider at speed, this is only going to take about 3 to 4 laps before they really start to grain and churn up. It's not easy to get a set of tyres lasting for this intense distance. It really will be very tricky. The drivers are just making their way onto the start-finish line now for the obligatory group photograph. We're going to stand to one side so that we don't ruin it, but it is going to be absolutely fascinating once this final gets underway. Just how much incredible work has gone into this. A lot of great battles to work their way through the field. The teams have been very, very strong throughout here. But these incredible drivers, 19 of them from all across the Asian Peninsula, and on some occasions even further afield than that. This is a truly international competition now. It's not just racers from Asia anymore. We've now got drivers who have traveled here from Europe, from the Americas, from Africa, and Australasia as well. It is a truly international competition these days, and it is fantastic to see that the wealth and the depth of the talent and the value that these drivers bring just continues to increase, and it continues to grow. So the front row of the starting grid has been left empty. The 5-minute board has gone up, and it's time for the guests to make their way onto what is a very busy starting grid here. Lots of competitors coming and joining in. What I like as well is that you've got drivers from the other classes coming in and supporting. But these two on the front row, Andrea Galimberti versus Jack Larson, these are the two drivers trying to make a comeback in the championship against Conrad Garrow and Danish Chen. They're the ones making the recovery. This is set to be a scorcher. So with the grid being cleared now, it is time to see what these young junior drivers can do ahead of what is set to be a truly intense duel out on the circuit. Even if the lead doesn't change, I cannot tell you how difficult it's going to be for these drivers to make these sets of tyres go the distance in these conditions. 34 degrees Celsius now is the air temperature. And out on the circuit, the track temperatures are going to be in the low 50s. I'm so glad I'm wearing shoes because I really would get blisters on the bottom of my feet if I was out on the grid right now. It is so difficult to contain the intensity of the heat out there for the drivers. They've been finding it so difficult to cope with it. Hydration has been one of the most important factors this weekend for the drivers. They've really got to ramp up their considerations of hydration. And I think there's been at least 750 bottles of water consumed probably in the last 2 days alone. It has been so difficult for all of the contenders here to keep a check on themselves. But everybody is now ready in position here in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. Now, there is one kart missing on the starting grid by the look of it, alongside the 120 of Chris Kasemsa. That looks to be Max Tser. So I'm not entirely sure where Max Tser is, but his car does not appear to be on the starting grid. So I'm not entirely sure. I did speak to Max a little bit earlier on, but he was perfectly okay at the time. So I don't quite understand what's happened there. But certainly for the time being, it looks as though Max Tser missing on the grid. There's a bit of a mystery there, but I'm not entirely sure. Nobody's given me any updates as to why Max Tser is not on the starting grid. The DRM driver, who should be lining up on the 4th row of the grid. 1 minute board goes up and the start engine command is given. So we're going to go into the formation lap for the final. And it's going to be a very exciting battle for all of the contenders here. So we go into the final with 18 drivers because Max Tser of the DRM team does not appear to be on the starting grid. It's very controversial, very dramatic. But Andrea Galimberti and Jack Larson will be on the front row. Then Leonardo Mori and Seda Kojima on the second. Kevin Subbanicinon and Danish Chen on the third. Then it will be Chris Kasemsa alone on row 4. Daing Abdul Rahman and Aryan Singh are next from Conrad Garrow and Nadal Imjitpanya. Nathan Anthony Arya and Sedapach Ketsuwan. Michael Lederer and Tus Mwangsiri from Guhautian, Sahil Singh and Santok Singh at the back end of the grid. No relation, those two, I should point out. But now we're getting ourselves ready for the battle. It's going to be a very tight race, this. 18 runners, and it's going to be a grand total of 18 laps, ironically enough. So now the real battle. Andrea Galimberti and Jack Larson, they will fight for the 25 points that will add to their championship tally. And is it going to be the Italian stallion, or will the Jack Attack strike back? Paralin versus Birolart on the front row of the starting grid. DRM versus Birolart Asia. And this is going to be fascinating. Can Jack Larson overhaul Andrea Galimberti, or will the 7 racing twins, or even Conrad Garrow, Kevin Subbanicinon, or Danish Chen get a look in? Let's race. We go at Bira. Good charge from Jack Larson. He's going to take the lead round the outside. Galimberti's hugged on the inside curb and drops back into third position. Serta Kojima launches into P2 and Jack Larson hits the front at Bira. What a start from the Australian. The Jack attack is back. Amazing stuff as he leads. Serta Kojima in second. Andrea Galimberti now having to fight back in third position. That's the first time this weekend. Galimberti's been down the order. He charges down the inside of Kojima. It's a bold lunge and he makes it finish off on the second hairpin. But Kojima's back on the inside of the Italian. Kojima charging to try and get back in on Galimberti. He breaks late. Kojima's going to have some pressure from Danish Chen, and Jack Larson's got daylight between himself and Galimberti. So Jack Larson leads here in the final at Bira. He has yet to take a victory in a final in 2025, and this is his best chance yet. But will Galimberti catch him? Kojima's currently dueling away with Danish Chen, Leonardo Mori in P5, and in P6, that's the other Biralat of Chris Kasemsup for the Bangkok Classic Car XFR squad. And look at Galimberti. He's already putting Jack Larson under some pressure as they go through the parabolica. Galimberti will slam dunk on the inside if Larson doesn't give him any space. He doesn't. And there goes Chen. Danish Chen into third position ahead of the sliding Serta Kojima. But Jack Larson's going to have Galimberti all over the back of him. Larson's got to back him up. He does. So Jack Larson holds the lead for the moment, but Galimberti is all over the tail of the Biralat Asia car. And Galimberti's got to be patient here. He can't just go gung-ho. These two have collided before in 2025. Think back to Malaysia when they clattered into each other in one of the heats. So Larson and Galimberti have got to be very careful that they don't let their ambition bubble over. Larson still leads though. Good run from the Australian, but Galimberti's got the superior pace on the Paralin, and he is pushing very hard indeed to try and overcome him. I have a feeling it could be after the Parabolica. He's going to try and slice in to the inside line, but no, Larson protects. He manages to keep the cart wide enough that Galimberti doesn't want to take the bait. Off the turn, down towards the hard charge, and this is where Galimberti needs to be racy, but Larson knows he's there. Good work from the Aussie. Galimberti is having a real job to get past Jack Larson in the lead here as Serta Kojima is working in behind Danish Chen. Now if these three can work together, Chen, Kojima and Mori could close up on the leaders. Especially if Larson backs up Galimberti. The other three could get amongst them, and then we've got a real race on our hands. Galimberti might need to commit here quite early to get the move on Larson because Chen, Kojima and Mori are very close in. Now Larson wants to back Galimberti into the trio behind so that he can start scampering away and leave Galimberti to race them. Good effort from Larson to hold on. He's really got to be focused now because one slight error and it all goes wrong as Leonardo Mori gets the move on Serta Kojima for fourth. The teammates will back each other up. Galimberti goes for broke on Larson. Larson goes slow in, fast out, a little bit of a nudge, but Galimberti is there. Andrea Galimberti takes back the lead, and that could be the last we see of him. But Larson's got Danish Chen. Right, Danish, you've got to work with Jack Larson. Go back after the leader through turn one. Can Danish Chen assist Jack Larson? He's going to go rogue, and he's going to dive on the inside of him. You need to work together. Look at Galimberti's pace in the previous three races. If you race each other, he's going to disappear. And Andrea Galimberti has got a gap now building already between Danish Chen and Jack Larson. Getting into second place is one thing, but if you want to win, you've got to team up and work together as there's damage further back in the pack, and that is Kevin Subhavanityanon. Well, the CRG Thailand driver, oh sorry, that's not him out of the race. It's actually Tus Moisiri who's out of the race. But also, Kevin Subhavanityanon has parked it after one lap. Max Sir has not continued after not starting the race, of course. Oh, and there's a problem. Oh, out of the final turn. Big accident. That was Aryan Singh. He had a problem off the final corner, and he was struck by the CRG there of Santok Singh. Santok Singh could not get out of the way in time, and I think this could go full course yellow. So we've got waved yellows here on the start-finish straight. Santok Singh is able to get out of the cart. So the marshals are working to try and get this accident cleared quickly, but we might be going full course yellow. We do. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Right, that tightens up the pack again. Santok Singh is out of the cart, by the way, so I think he'll probably just go to the medical centre for precautionary checks, but he's out of the cart. But we are going to go slow boards, full course yellow here at Bira, and that wipes out Andrea Galimberti's advantage over Danish Chen. So Santok Singh collides with Aryan Singh. No relation at all, those two. But unfortunately, both of them are out of the race, and so too is Serapach Ketsuwan, along with Kevin Subramanichanan and Max Tsur. So now there are just 14 drivers left. Galimberti leading Chen, and then Mori, Larson, Kasemsup, Raman, Garrow, and then Kojima, all the way down to 8th place. I'm not sure what happened to Sarah Kojima, but she's down in 8th position now behind Conrad Garrow. Then in 9th position, it is Nathan Anthony Arya in front of Guho Tian, and then Michael Lederer, Naradimjit Panya, Sahil Singh, and Tusmoy Siri. But even though he's out of the race, Aryan Singh is going to score a championship point there for being the 15th classified finisher, or classified runner. Oh, is back out onto the course to try and scab that point away after some repairs is Sirapach Ketsuwan. Now that is a very smart move from Forza Motorsport by P1, because by rejoining, he can get into 15th place. So that's really good work from the crew to get Sirapach Ketsuwan back out there. We're not going racing this time by, we're still going to be on slow boards as the marshals continue to clear away the wreckage of the two carts. So the race is going to be under yellow flags for at least one more lap, as Andrea Galimberti has now got to control the pace of the field. Now this does help a little bit for the juniors, because they're not going to have to be at full chat for the whole 18 laps. But what this does mean is that the field has got to react very carefully to what Andrea Galimberti does in this restart. Otherwise, there will be no second chances to go after them. Meanwhile, Leonardo Mori has got ahead of Jack Larson to get into 3rd position. So Mori can now work with Danish Chen to go after Andrea Galimberti here. There could still be a chance to eclipse the Italian. But this has definitely been the race of the weekend so far. We've only had 4 full racing laps, 5 full racing laps here before we had the slow boards. So are we going to go racing this time? We've gone stationary with the yellow flags. So now we're under stationary. And that means that Andrea Galimberti might well get the green flag this time, but we're going to wait until they get it. And now they're going to go for it. And there's going to be some support here down the straight. It's green flags. We're underway. Green, 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 green at Bira. And it's going to be tough now, because Danish Chen and Leonardo Mori are going to team up here and go after Andrea Galimberti. 2 against 1. Down to the hairpin. Jack Larson's in the mix there as well in 4th position. He wants to make some move. And that's a Car Republic that shot up into 5th position. I think that's... I'm trying to make out who that is. That's never Michael Lederer, is it? Well, Michael Lederer is a bit further back, so no, it's not. Just double checking who that is in the mix there, because Jack Larson is about to lose ground. It's Daing Abdul Rahman. So Daing Abdul Rahman for CW Motorsport is there in 5th position, having made a killer restart. But now it's all about Leonardo Mori and Danish Chen teaming up to go after Galimberti. Come on, come on. Work with me. We've got to catch him. So after the battle further on, Danish Chen battling with Leonardo Mori, and Mori's got to work with Danish Chen if they want to win this race. Galimberti is already stretching away. Come on, boys, team up. So Jack Larson's got problems of his own now, because he's got the Kart Republic of Daing Abdul Rahman behind him, and then Chris Kasemsup and Conrad Garrow are joining forces behind as well to have a great race. But Leonardo Mori and Danish Chen are losing time, hand over fist to Galimberti. It looks like the Italian could win this going away. So Galimberti is pulling out that gap again. But what a dramatic restart to this race then, as Mori and Chen are battling over 2nd place. Mori's going to dive on Danish Chen. No worries, he gets the move. And there's Sarah Kojima out of the race. Sarah Kojima is out on the far side of the course. Sarah Kojima on the run up to turn 2, there's yellow flags, and Sarah Kojima is out of this race. We'll probably see her as we go past the position where she is parked up. So they go through in position. Where is Sarah Kojima? There she is. She just saw her on the far side. So Sarah Kojima is now walking in. What a shame for the young racer from the Philippines. She was doing a great job there, Sarah Kojima, and then it all fell apart. So I'm afraid that is game over in both the race and the championship for Sarah Kojima. She will drop to 15th and only take 1 point away from this final. And I'm afraid that is game over for Sarah Kojima's chances in the championship. Andrea Galimberti now leads Leonardo Mori and Danish Chen. Chen is losing ground here to Larson, Rahman and Garrow, who's up into P6 again. So Conrad Garrow is fighting forward in this final. If Garrow can get ahead of Jack Larson by the checkered flag, that really helps out the Singaporean's title attack. But he's got a lot of work to do. Up on the inside line there, that's Daing Abdul Rahman trying to shake off Garrow. Kasemsup in 7th from Gu Haotian, Michael Lederer and Naralim Chipanya. Then it's Arya, Sahil Singh, Tus Muangsiri, and then it will be Sirapach Ketsuwan, a couple of laps off the lead. But Sera Kojima, of course, is out of this race. So eventually, Ketsuwan is going to move up into 14th. So very dramatic so far in this race. Plenty of people falling off the road. I've just seen Kevin Subhavanityan on CRG on the approach to the penultimate hairpin. So that's where he's parked up. Big disappointment for Kevin Subhavanityan on then in the CRG. As the drivers continue to make steady progress. Galimberti, Mori, Chen, Larson, Rahman and Garrow. Here is Conrad Garrow making his bid on Daing Abdul Rahman. To the inside line for 5th position. Rahman is not giving any space, he doesn't have to. And so Conrad Garrow is going to have a little bit more of a job to get into 5th position here, past the Kart Republic. He works strong here on his beloved Tony Kart. To the inside line, can he dive in at the hairpin? No, he can't. He's going to have to wait until the penultimate hairpin on the course to make his move. Gets a good run off the turn. Rahman is not going to be too difficult to get past if Garrow has got his dander up, but he's got to wait a little bit longer. And it looks as though he's had a little bit of a knock-in on his front fairing, but the question is, damage to the front fairing is one thing, whether it's loose or not, that's a very different matter. You can take a little bit of punishment there on the inside with the front fairing, but if it's loose, that's when you'll get the penalty. Here goes Garrow onto the inside line of Rahman. Rahman trying to putt across. Goodness me! That was very cheeky stuff there from Daing Abdul Rahman, moving across on Conrad Garrow while alongside twice there, chipping across him. And that could have been very nasty indeed, but Rahman deciding, look, you are not overtaking me. I've never been as high as 5th this weekend. I'm not losing a podium place now. So Conrad Garrow is going to have to try a little more tact here, as there is Chris Kasemsup, the leading driver from Thailand now, after the retirement, sadly, of Kevin Subhavanityan on. So Galimberti still stretching away from Mori, who is pulling clear of Danish Chen, who's got a bit of space now between himself and Jack Larson. And then this battle for 5th between Daing Abdul Rahman and Conrad Garrow. So Garrow's going to try and make his bid again. Through turn 1, he's got good pace on the Tony Kart. Can he pull out from the slipstream of the Kart Republic? He's going to go the long way round. He's going to try and outfox the Malaysian and tuck back in. But Rahman once again holds that inside apex. He is determined. You're not getting past me, Conrad. So Garrow's got to keep pushing. He's got to keep outmaneuvering the Malaysian. Out of the Parabolica. He needs to try and make a dive here, but where's the gap going to open up? He's got to hope for the second apex, really, but it's not going to happen yet, so he's got to get a good run off this turn. He's closer than he has been for a while. Can he dive in at the hairpin and make it go? Yes, he can! Conrad Garrow slices and dices into P5. Nice move from the Singaporean, the championship leader, back in the top 5. Rahman trying to fight back, and he's compromised himself on the exit. Now Chris Kasemsup has got a chance to come at him as they go through turn 1. Rahman trying to defend from Kasemsup, and the Birilat is going to be all on him as they go down to the hairpin. Through turn 2, up to the hairpin at 3, and he's run wide. Kasemsup trying to get in there. Oh, so close. There's a little bit of panel bashing. They trade a little paint there. And that's really compromised Rahman. So now Conrad Garrow's got clear. So the top 5 are settling into a rhythm now. Galimberti, Mori, Chen, Larson and Garrow. That is your top 5 here at Beira. As Daing Abdul Rahman is trying to get away from Chris Kasemsup in 8th place. That is Gu Haotian, the Chinese driver for Muhua Motorsport. Then Naralimjit Panya is 9th. And Michael Lederer is back in the top 10 once again, although he's having an amazing scrap with the Indonesian for Wada Race. That is Nathan Anthony Ardia, who is not actually driving an energy course. He's on a Tony Kart. So with 2 laps to go, Andrea Galimberti is going to take the perfect score, and he certainly needs it at this stage of the championship. It will be an absolutely incredible run for him and will put him on to 113 points in the championship. But with Conrad Garrow set to come home in 5th place, that's going to put him up again, because this will be his weakest score of the season so far. So this will be the weekend Garrow drops. It's not done yet for Galimberti in the championship, but he's conquered all here with 1 lap to go. Surely he's not going to lose this lead now. So Galimberti leads Leonardo Mori. Danish Chen in 3rd. 4th is Larson, but here comes Garrow the Arrow. Conrad Garrow is closing in on Larson. With 1 lap to go, he might be able to snatch 4th place away from the Australian. There are the top 3, and there's the battle for 4th place between Larson and Garrow. Fairly close together as Galimberti finishes off his run. There's the battle. Garrow's getting alongside Larson. Wants to try and get that 4th position off him. Larson's going to have to defend like crazy. Garrow goes for it, and he's through! Conrad Garrow, 4th position on the last lap. That could be a championship-winning move come the end of the season. But Andrea Galimberti is the man on top here in Thailand. He won in round 4. He'll do it again in round 5. It's the perfect weekend for Andrea Galimberti. Leonardo Mori 2nd. Danish Chen 3rd. Garrow the Arrow fights back to P4 ahead of Jack Larson. What an incredible final in Junior X30. We had lead changes, we had duels, we had wars, and we had incredible scraps. And in Junior X30, Galimberti is still invincible. Absolutely extraordinary. Danish Chen will come through for 21 points this weekend for finishing in 3rd place in the final, and his points from earlier on. Conrad Garrow is going to pick up 16 from this final alone. That takes him to a total of 17, which means he'll pick up the 22 he would have dropped. This will be his worst weekend now. So that is actually kind of useful for Conrad Garrow, because it gives him a little bit of a stronger position in the championship fight. And Jack Larson comes through for 5th position. That will give him 11 more points. He scores 19 this weekend, so he still only drops 10. Chen only drops 17. Garrow now drops 17 rather than 22. And Galimberti is pushing on his point score to take this championship fight down to the wire. It will be a nail-biting conclusion to the season on the 2nd weekend of September. Andrea Galimberti dominates round 5. And now we've got a showdown in 7 weeks' time. Bring it on. Next up is the Cadet final. fascinating stuff here. Ahead of the cadet final, it's obviously going to be very intense from the outset here. But we've seen an amazing Junior X30 final. Again, another terrific duel right from the start of the race and all the way through to its conclusion. Great to see everybody putting on a good show. And now we're going to get to see another exciting battle in the cadet final. And this is, of course, where a championship could push into the final round, as there's a couple of men who are doing their best to take this title fight to the season finale, namely Hirod Sir and Mason Kwong, who are trying to push Jay Kostecki back into the corner here and take this title fight to the season finale in 7 weeks' time. We're going to see if we can catch up with a few of the drivers ahead of this incredible battle. I'm actually going to find the championship leader lining up in third on the grid, Jay Kostecki. Jay, this one looks like it might be about consistency and just banking some points. You don't seem too pressured out there.
No, not really. Hopefully we can just finish good. We didn't really have a lot of speed compared to Posh, but we'll give him a fight in the final.
You don't really seem to be too disappointed by being in where you are. Third is still a very good place to start the final, and as long as the points keep coming, you'll be set for round 6. So is this a race where you can have a bit more fun, or are you still going to give it 10 tenths?
I'll still go as hard as I can. Hopefully we can still win. We have the inside line going into turn 1. I'll put him under as much pressure as I can.
Good lad, Jay. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So, yeah, even though he can't lose the championship here this weekend and the others are still trying to push him into that fight for the last round, it doesn't look like he'll win the championship today, but he's certainly still going to be in the lead of it by the time we get to the season finale. So it's all very exciting. Posh Kongchol, the superstar from here in Thailand, already getting himself into position. We'll see if we can have a quick word with Mr. Posh. What a weekend you have had so far, mate. Pole position, victory in every race so far. What's been the key ingredient? How have you guys found the pace?
My setups, everything, my coach teach me, and my engine too.
So now going into the final, these tyres have got to go the full distance. It's a very long, very tough race. How confident are you that you'll still be at the front by the end?
8 out of 10.
Go get him, Posh. Very, very confident there for the young man in the front end. So far, it's been absolutely perfect for Posh Kongchol right from the start of the time trial. We spoke with Mason Kwong a little earlier on the front row of the starting grid. He's the man who can really start to get into the blind spots of Posh Kongchol and really start to put him under some pressure. It'll be fascinating to see what he can do. The other man who's really taken this title fight to the wire is Hirod Sir, the man from Hong Kong. He's been so much more consistent this weekend. After a bit of a blip earlier in the season, his win in the opening round was perfect. He's starting to get back to that same sort of pedigree again, and exactly at the right moment. He needs to take this title fight down to the wire, and he's definitely doing the job to get himself back up to the sharp end. A few more great competitors. Sivachak Ongbongnoi has been very strong over the course of the weekend. I'm really expecting some big things from him from the inside of that third row of the grid as well. He seems to really be in a good state of mind there on the Alonso kart. Also expect big things from the hard charger, Porsche Kalkanjanase. He started 14th in the superheat and managed to work his way all the way to third place. So what can he do from P6 if he's going to have that kind of race? He might even be able to catch that man, Posh Kongchol. Jay Kostecki, ever the sportsman, check this out, going over to speak to his rivals, always there with a high five. He's a great character, is Jay Kostecki. He's become a very popular staple in this competition. Oh, look, it's Pumsik Domponjong, Sawadaka. Good to see you, Pumsik. He was last year's cadet champion. He's here on the grid. Doesn't speak a word of English, but it's fine. We still wanted to say hello to him anyway. Good to see him as an interested spectator. He's going and having a chat with Danawaret Vejabuti, who was actually in the medical office a little earlier, getting a bruise to his arm looked at after that incident earlier on with Liban Lewis Kanan. I'm just looking down the grid. I can't see... no, I can see Liban Lewis Kanan. Let's go and have a word with him, because he was involved in that incident earlier on. And incredibly... he's on the starting grid. I want to see if we can have a quick word. There he is on the starting grid. Liban, you tumble earlier on, but thank goodness you're going to be taking the start. What was it like in the middle of all of that?
Very painful.
Well, at the moment, you are essentially, the suit's ready, the helmet's ready, the cart's good to go. You ready for this one?
Yes.
Good job. We are so delighted to see you ready. Go and have some fun out there, mate.
Thank you.
Thank goodness for that. After that awful roll earlier, Liban Lewis Kanan ready to go. Stuff. There is Ollie Sir. He's still in contention in this championship as well, don't forget. He's had a very difficult weekend, but he has an opportunity here in this final to make up some of the ground. And the other championship contender that we haven't mentioned yet on this starting grid is Classic Max. Max Schilling, he had a fantastic comeback to get himself into the top 10 in the first place. Tricky superheat, but there's still lots of firepower from this young man from Hong Kong ready ahead of the final. And there's obviously going to be some big plays as well from the competitors battling away in the cadet rookies. We're obviously going to have some big pressure from the number 12. He's going to be working his way forward. Potapong will be there. And also Kalen Delsey in the number 35. So many battles within battles in this field. Cadet rookies will be squabbling away. So Wapachong and Delsey will be going for the cadet rookies victory. And right up at the front, it's going to be Posh Kongchol versus Mason Kwong, with some added Kostecki and Hirotse into the mix. It really is going to be difficult to predict. 16 laps around the course, the cadet final with a championship potentially on the line. Let's go get it done. A very tough race in prospect, a very hot circuit as well. Even for round 4, I don't remember it being quite as hot as this, I have to say, as everybody is getting themselves ready for the fight. The 3-minute board goes up, and the drivers are left on the grid with just their one mechanic. So this is where everything is going to ramp up in intensity. Such a difficult race battle ahead of us. These cadet drivers are perhaps the most vulnerable in these sweltering hot conditions. They're going to have a lot of work to do to keep these tyres alive for 16 laps, but they've proved time and again this year that no matter what you throw at them, they will give it everything they've got. I am delighted, though, to see that both Thanawara Vejabuti and Libin Lewis Kanan are actually going to be taking the start of this race after their problems in the superheat. After that rather nasty-looking accident, we weren't sure if that was going to be the end of the day for Libin Lewis Kanan, but it turns out it's not, and he will take up his place 15th on the starting grid. So now we get ourselves ready then for the cadet final. This has been a big pressure to build up to, but Posh Kongchol will be on the front row of the grid with Mason Kwong, Jay Kostecki and Hirotse on the second row. Then it will be Sivachak Ongbagnoi. He's alongside Patapol Janaset. He went from 14th to 3rd in the superheat. Imagine what he could do from P6. Could he steal this victory away from the men on the front row? 7th on the grid for the number 12. A very hard charge now from the cadet superstar, Puttapong Wongna Pachan. Then Thanawara Vejabuti, 8th on the grid from Kalen Delsey and Max Schilling. Off we go, formation lap time. And so the cadets are ready for another interesting challenge as everybody is there leaving the starting grid. And so our contenders will have 16 intense laps of this circuit. It's not going to be easy to predict who's going to get the victory now, but everybody is ready for a very exciting battle out on the course as the cadets and cadet rookies are ready for the battle in front of them. Kongchol and Kwong, Kostecki and Hirotse, Ongbagnoi and Janaset. Then it is Wongna Pachan and Vejabuti from Kalen Delsey and Max Schilling. Then Chinapat Vejabuti and Pawin Warakat Supachok, Oliver Sir. And then it is the 44, Jirak Sitavatanarash. Then it is Libin Lewis Kanan, back from his accident earlier on. Blake Sur, the American, along with the 411, that is Sahara Le Persepicorn, alongside Jaden Javier. Then Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang, alongside Jaden Gabriel Arya. Prinvonkapon, Marshall Liu, Mohamed Fawibawo, Nutsarong Rongwastanakul, George Patrizi, Mohamed Falik, Joshua Tan, Kenzie Edisonanda, and Shabal Basalama. And it looks like Basalama is having problems keeping up with the field yet again, which is unusual for him because he was so strong in Malaysia. It looks like they've got all sorts of mechanical problems with that kart here this weekend. But we're getting into starters' orders. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking. No, we're not. False start. Posh Kongchol got a very early start there, and he jumped away from the rest of the pack. So once again, we are going full start. This is what happened at the beginning of the superheat, don't forget. But you cannot afford 2 false starts here. The drivers were told very clearly in the driver's briefing that there is a chance that if they miss the start twice, the The front row of the grid can be sent to the back of the grid. And the drama of that with Posh Gong-chol and Mason Kwong on that front row of the grid, it cannot be understated how dramatic that would be for the outcome of this final. So they've got to behave themselves. So Posh Gong-chol and Mason Kwong will have a second attempt at this start. And so everybody will get another crack at this race as we put ourselves back into the two tram lines. Gong-chol and Kwong, Kostecki and Hirotse, Ong Bak-noi and Kaukan Janaset. Then it is Wang Napachan and Vejabuti. That's Tanawara. Delsi and Schilling, Chinavat Vejabuti and Wadakat Supachok. Olitsa and Jiraj Setavatanarosh. And then Kanan, Sua, Ledprasepakon, Javier, Tirapatara Bawong and Arya. Then Vonkabon, Liu, Fawibuo, Rangwastanakul, Patrizi, Falik, Tan, Revisananda and Basalama. Everybody ready in position as they come off the final turn. Are we going to get under starters' orders? And the answer is no! A double false start. A double false start here. Oh my goodness. So the pole sitter got a little bit too eager there. It is a double false start. We are not under race conditions here. Oh my goodness me. Well, we had it very clear as to how things were going to progress if that was the case. So we'll have to see what happens. And they are throwing a red flag. They are throwing a red flag. I cannot believe it. It was mentioned in the driver's briefing that this could happen. And the pole sitter, Posh Gong-chol, is going to have the worst possible penalty added to him in these circumstances by the look of things. We are under red flags, a double false start. And this is a big problem, not just for Posh Gong-chol, but potentially for Mason Kwong as well. Well, this is drama before the cadet race even gets underway. 2 formation laps, 2 false starts, and I have a feeling that this is going to be a very painful change to the order. Well, goodness me. So the carts will form up on the start-finish line again, and the pole sitter, Posh Gong-chol, and the second place man, Mason Kwong, could be in real trouble here. So the carts line up in their original positions on the grid. And they will get out because I have a feeling that our race director will want a word with them. Well, let's find out what the decision is going to be here. As Gong-chol and Kwong get out of their carts and wander over to the race director. Well, this is now a wait. We have to wait and see what the decision is going to be. There could be some tolerance, but it is within the power, within the regulations, to send the drivers who are on the front row of the grid with a double false start. They could be sent to the back of the grid here. It's in the regulations. It depends on the leniency given. And considering that Posh Gong-chol is the man who's dominated the weekend and Mason Kwong has been his nearest challenger, this could be a really painful moment. We'll have to figure out what will happen here. And of course, this could change the championship. But the argument is, you know how to start the race. They've done it 3 times already, and there was a false start earlier on, don't forget, ahead of the superheat. What's going to happen now? If that does happen, of course, then Jay Kostecki and Hirotse suddenly become the front row of the grid. So we'll have to find out what the decision is going to be. This is very tricky territory. Obviously, these are kids, but they are also racing drivers. They know the rules. It was said very clearly to them in the driver's briefing yesterday morning. And you have to treat every driver the same. So we'll just have to figure out what the score is here. There's a huge crowd gathering on the start line. The only 2 drivers that were called to the race director are the drivers on the front row. So we'll have to see what happens. It looks like Hirotse is actually requesting a bottle of water because he's very hot there on the second row of the grid. So we'll have to see what happens now as a result of that talking to. Well, it looks to me as though the race director has shown leniency here. And the 2 drivers are back in their carts. It doesn't look like they're being removed. You're totally allowed to do that. You've got to remember that these are children at the end of the day. Yes, they're racing drivers, but they are aged between 8 and 12 years old. Benefit of the doubt is quite an important tool in a race director's arsenal, and they are going to leave it as standard for the moment. So if there are more problems, then obviously he can make his bid. So off we go. We're going to try again. And I have to say, I know it's in the regulations, but that is a very wise and sensible decision there. You've got to remember that these are children. At the end of the day, they're racers, yes. They know the rules, yes. But they're also as young as 8 years old. Give them some leniency. And very good work there from the officials, making sure that they knew they were going to stop the race. They were made it very clear, you can't keep doing this. We don't want to punish you, but if you carry on like this, we will have no choice. Give them the benefit of the doubt. There's everything to be said for a second chance. So now Kong Chol and Kwong will have another attempt at starting this race. Behind them, it will be Kostecki and Hirotse, then Ong Bang Noi and Gokhan Janaset. The number 12, Putapong Wong Napachan, leading the cadet rookie charge alongside Tanawavat Vijabuti, Kanan Delsi alongside Max Schilling. And it goes as it was before. Oh, there's a cart in trouble at the back there. That is Mohamed Falik. So Mohamed Falik for the Stratos team. His cart has been maneuvered off the road, I'm afraid, so he's not going to take the restart. So that's very unfortunate for Mo Falik. So the Stratos driver is out of this one before it even starts, I'm afraid to say. But now we get ourselves under starters' orders. It's now so important for our front row men to be even, balanced and fair. And don't forget, you are not allowed to accelerate until you get to the yellow line. That is how it's supposed to be in the regulations. So they come off the turn, they come out of that turn, and this is looking much better. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are! We're racing at Bira! Mason Kwong squeezes our pole sitter towards the first corner, but Jay Kostecki splits them. Excellent start from Kostecki, and here comes Hirotse. He's going to charge forward in a second with assistance from Mason Kwong. He tucks in behind Posh Kong Chol. Great start from Hirotse. He's into second. Kostecki helps him get there. Mason Kwong is wide round the outside and down to fifth, and there's Porsche Gokhan Janaset round the outside of all of them, trying to hold this to get into second position, third position maybe. Tucks back in, and that's Vijabuti moving forward. Kostecki is going to be hung out to dry. He is indeed. So now it's a victory in the offing for the race leader, Posh Kong Chol. Second is Hirotse. Third is Mason Kwong. And that's Vijabuti, who's up into P4 in front of Gokhan Janaset and Jay Kostecki. And we're missing a side pod. Sirachak Ongpagnoi has lost his side pod on the first lap. And that's going to be a technical flag for sure. Max Schilling is battling away, trying to stay in that position behind Ongpagnoi. But Ongpagnoi is going to have a technical flag here, surely. He's lost a side pod on the first lap as Gokhan Janaset dives in for Vijabuti. Kostecki goes with him. And they both make their way past the CRG. Fantastic racecraft. So the fast-starting Vijabuti was in fourth position briefly, but now Gokhan Janaset and Kostecki have got ahead. Now, Gokhan Janaset is already in P4, having started from P6. So what can Gokhan Janaset do now? He's got the confidence to ride after the drivers behind him. Now he's got the guys in front as Kwong is battling with Hirotse, and they're both trying to take points off Jay Kostecki to take this championship down to the wire, as of course is our race leader, Posh Kong Chol. So the cadets work their way through. End of the second lap, and it's Kong Chol. Now comes the move on the inside, and Hirotse is going to allow Mason Kwong to go through and take second place. He gestures to him. Look, we're teammates. We can go and get him. So the DRM twins are joining forces. There is no team championship in this sport. But if it makes a benefit for both drivers, look, if we team up, two drivers can cut through the air quicker than one, we can catch up to Posh Kong Chol. Let's go for the win. So this makes total sense. Hirotse has figured out that maybe Mason's a little bit better placed if he's in front of me. Maybe we can convince Porsche in the fourth position to work with us, and then we can have a real race of this and go after the leader, Posh Kong Chol. And it looks like Gokhan Janaset is playing ball. So these three could work together here to go after Posh Kong Chol. And this is crucial. If the three drivers can team up and join forces, they can go and get the leader. So, fantastic start to the race already. As now, but the ball Gokhan Janaset is working very hard indeed here to keep close to Mason Kwong and Hirotse. as they run in second and third, and Jake Kostecki is in P5 in front of Vajabuti and Max Schilling. Then it's Wakakat Superchok in front of Putapong Watbanachang. So a very tight race already up in the top 10. A lot of interested spectators for this one. Wangna Pachant leading the cadet rookies at the moment in front of Kaylin Delsey, but it's very close between those two. Wangna Pachant is in 9th and Kaylin Delsey in 11th. So still some good battles all the way down this back straight as they go into the hairpin. And now we've got Kalkan Janaset in front of Hirot Sir. He's got in front as Mason Kwong is charging after Posh Kong Chol. There's not a lot between them. If he's in the slipstream on this lap, he might get his chance to go for it. Mason Kwong really tight in. Hirot Sir and Porsche Kalkan Janaset are working in unison now, 3rd and 4th. I don't think Kong Chol's got this one yet. Kwong is right on him. And now Kalkan Janaset and Hirot Sir are tightening up. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And in fact, Kostecki and Vajabuti are not far away either. This could be 6 drivers battling for the victory in the cadet final. It doesn't matter that Kong Chol was pole position, Heat 1, Heat 2, and Super Heat winner. The only race that will matter to him is this one. And he's got so many opponents as Kalkan Janaset is going with Mason Kwong. Head down, lean forward, get as aerodynamic as possible. And Kalkan Janaset has left Hirot Sir behind. Right, let's go after Kong Chol. We can all get the victory here. Mason Kwong is closer to Kong Chol than ever before, but Kalkan Janaset is fast in a straight line. They could both go after Kong Chol. Mason Kwong opens up the taps and goes for the lead. He's going to be side by side. Kong Chol will hold him. Kong Chol keeps the lead. Now Kwong dives back to the inside. Kong Chol has to resist. Kalkan Janaset's there as well. Mason Kwong takes the lead. Porsche gets in a second. Kong Chol down to 3rd. Now we've got a race on our hands. And it's the 3Ks up front. Kwong, Kalkan Janaset, Kong Chol. What a battle. And I don't think Porsche's done yet. I've got a feeling that the Birolard driver is going to work his way further forward yet. He was on an Intrepid in the last round. He switched to the Birolard, and it seems to be working. Now Mason Kwong is trying to protect his lead over Porsche Kalkan Janaset, and he knows why. Porsche is so quick today. This could be his chance to run away and hide if he gets in front. So Mason Kwong leads this race, having got ahead of Kong Chol, but he took Porsche with him. So Kwong versus Kalkan Janaset. Patapol Kalkan Janaset. Everyone knows him as Porsche in the paddock. Can he make his move on the inside of Mason Kwong? He dives and he's there! Brilliant from Porsche. He's into the lead. Our 3rd different leader in the final here in round 5 at Beira. Patapol Kalkan Janaset has been absolutely monstrous today, and he's worked his way up from 16th on the grid in the Superheat to leading the final. What a performance! Mason Kwong 2nd, Posh Kong Chol 3rd, then Hirot Sir in front of Jake Kostecki. The championship leader doesn't need to panic in P5. This will still do him okay. 6th place for Tanawara at Vajabuti. And then in 7th place, I think that is the number 12. No, sorry, that's the 11th that's in position there. So that is the energy course. That is Parwin Ravakat Superchok, who was originally 2nd in qualifying, don't forget. Sivachak Ongbanoy has dropped a long way down the order, but he's missing a side pod. So there is the technical flag. It's been given to Sirachak Ongbanoy. He's going to have to pull into the pits, I'm afraid, to retire. But it's game on for the lead again as Mason Kwong has hit the front once more. Mason Kwong got back into the lead on Kalkan Janaset. So the Paralin retakes the lead here. They are still squabbling. 3 different chassis, 3 different teams. Paralin, Birolard, CRG, all of them fighting for the win here in Beira. And there's nothing to choose between these 3 men. Excellent work. Mason Kwong of Hong Kong against the 2 Thai superstars, Patapol Kalkan Janaset and Posh Kong Chol. All 3 drivers are trying to take points off the championship leader, Jake Kostecki, who is in P5, minding his own business. Pressure off him until the season finale. So let's just have a great rip-roarer of a race now. 8 laps to go. As Ong Bang Noi parks his kart in the pits, he knows it's game over. But Porsche has got his hands full trying to get back in front of Mason Kwong. This is not going to be easy at all. And so Mason Kwong is working hard to hold his position. But Porsche is resolute and determined as ever. Out of the hairpin. Pushing hard, working hard to finish this in strong form. Down to the braking zone. And still, Patapok Alkanjanaset tries his best to find the move here on Mason Kwong, who is keeping it dialed and nice here. It's all going to be about tyre management as well. Doesn't matter if you can run at the front, you've got to look after these tyres to the end. We've still got 7 laps left. It's not going to be easy. Here comes Porsche, and he's going to have a work hard here down the right back straight. Patapok Alkanjanaset still hunting down Mason Kwong. Into the hairpin, Posh Kongchol gives him a little nudge, reminds him he's there. You better get on with this, or I'm going to have you both. Hirotsur's got pressure now from Jake Kostecki in the battle for 4th place behind them, by the way. So that could end up being an interesting little battle, and don't forget, he's the one who could take the title away from him. Mason Kwong having to defend big time from Kalkan Janaset. So again, Porsche's got a chance. Can he get the move off the turn? Down that back straight. Will he dive in? He's going to try. Kwong's going to hold his line. And a big dive from Kostecki. He lost out to Vejabuti and has now had to fight his way back in and get back on the inside and retake the position. So Kostecki retains 5th place then. What a battle this is turning out to be. And it's still not clear who's going to win it. Mason Kwong leads once again. He's looking for his first race victory since round 5 last year. So Mason Kwong hoping for his first victory in a year in a final. Ahead of Porsche, who is still working hard here. Patapok Alkanjanaset has yet to take a final victory, I believe, in the INFINITY IAME series. Posh Kongchol has won on occasion before. So this is now time for the 3 drivers who have yet to win a final in 2025. Hirotsur got the first, Max Schilling got the second, and Jake Kostecki got the 3rd and 4th. These guys are battling away as up the inside. Kalkan Janaset tries. Can't get close enough to Mason Kwong in the apex. 3rd place is still Posh Kongchol. Hirotsur has cleared away from Kostecki and Vejabuti, and going along with them for the ride is Warakat Supachok in the Wear a Race Energy Course in the background. So now we've got 5 laps to go. Porsche still pushing. Mason Kwong has to be calculated. Has he done enough here? This is so impressive from Mason Kwong. 2nd on the grid and he leads the race. So easy to lose it all from that front row. On the inside, Kalkan Janaset dives in and Kongchol goes with him. Mason Kwong out wide in the marbles and down a 3rd position as the Birilat comes through. And now there's a charge from Kongchol. Kongchol dives in and takes the lead back. Kwong is going for it. They riff wide. 3 wide off the exit. And Kongchol will have the inside line. Kwong back in a 2nd. Kalkan Janaset going for the undercut. And Hirotsur is now with them. It's 4 drivers battling for the win. Kwong comes back in on the inside. Kongchol chops across. You will not give me this lead. I will have to wrestle it off your hands. Kwong is working hard. Kalkan Janaset down the inside. Kwong drifts wide. Kalkan Janaset back in a 2nd position. Game on. 4 laps to go. Kwong down the inside line. Back in a 2nd place. Slingshots in the parallel. But Kongchol is still catchable. Come on, guys. Stop racing each other. Go back into the lead. Here comes Hirotsur. He now goes side by side with Porsche. 4 drivers in the fight for the Cadet victory, and nobody knows who's going to get it. Kongchol, Kwong, Kalkan Janaset, and Hirotsur. This is turning into the Cadet final of the season. None of the drivers in the top 3 have won a Cadet final this year. Hirotsur has, Jake Kostecki has, and Max Schilling a little further down the field has. But what a battle up front. Posh Kongchol still leads the way. Mason Kwong 2nd. Patapok Alkanjanaset 3rd, and this race is irresistible. There's still going to be 3 laps to go as they come off the turn. Patapok Alkanjanaset's going to have to pull off something magic now. Mason Kwong in 2nd place, but he's got Posh Kongchol's back against the ropes. Here he goes. Mason Kwong with a bit more pace. Kongchol looks over his shoulder. Too much for my liking. Mason Kwong can dive in. Not at the Mickey Mouse section. Maybe he'll have a look at the Parabolica. But Kong Chol has pulled off some seriously calculated moves to get back into the lead of this one. Maybe Mason Kwong's got something coming out of the parabolica. Can he dive in for the inside line? No, he's got to wait for his moment. But the Polkalkan Janicet is right there too. All three of these drivers, this is the battle that just will not relent. Mason Kwong with a chance to dive on the inside. Here he goes. Kong Chol chops across. Don't even think about it. He drifts wide on the exit. Kwong's going to get parallel. Watch for Kalkan Janicet far side. He might be able to go round the outside of them. Mason Kwong takes the lead. Fantastic from Kwong. And now Kalkan Janicet's going to work with Kong Chol to get back on terms with the man from Hong Kong. 2 to go. If you're Hero Sir, keep your wits about you. These three could go nuclear and you might be able to steal something. Hero Sir is right there on the tail of these three. This race is going down to the wire. A lap and a half to go in the final of round 5 of the Infinity IAME Series Asia at Bira Circuit. Up to the hairpin again. Kwong still holds this. Kong Chol second. Kalkan Janicet third. Hero Sir now fourth. In front of Kostecki. Wadakat Superchok. And in 7th place, that looks to me like Verabuti. So now Kwong's got to cover Kong Chol. He's got to tighten up the radius on the exit. He'll have the inside line for the final turn. They collide! Kong Chol's going to get a nose in front. Kwong will commit to the inside. He'll still have the inside line. And he's there, drifting out wide. 3 wide over the finish line with 1 lap to go. Who's going to get the lead in turn 1? It's going to be Kong Chol. Kalkan Janicet's gone in a second. Hero Sir unleashes the cork from the bottle and tries to get on the inside. Kwong now dives in a second. And now they've got to scamper back to the line. Is Kong Chol going to do this after all? Kalkan Janicet in front of Hero Sir, and now the 3 men behind are close. The checkered flag is being prepared as Mason Kwong has got to try and capture this back again. Dive on the inside from Wadakat Superchok. He takes on Hero Sir and can't quite make it happen. So then the leading 3 remain together. Kong Chol should have a decent enough gap over Mason Kwong. But if there's just one final trigger to pull, it's going to come in the final hairpin. Kong Chol looks. Kwong is there, but he's not going to be close enough. It's going to be a run to the line, and it's going to be a chance on the inside. Kong Chol's going to do it. Bosch Kong Chol dominates after all. He cleans up. 4 wins from 4 for Posh Kong Chol. What a weekend for the Thai superstar. Posh Kong Chol is right back into the championship fight with 1 round to go in September. What a race! The final of the season in Cadet X30. Every single driver in the top 5 had a chance to win that one. And it was Posh Kong Chol who dealt with all the pressure, soaked it all up, and stormed it to the win. Posh Kong Chol, what a superstar! An amazing drive from everybody in the top 5. Kong Chol wins from Kwong, Kalkan Janicet, Hero Sir, and Jay Kostecki. What an amazing race battle. Very tricky situation here, but what a battle it was as Posh Kong Chol hangs on for the win in front of Kwong, Kalkan Janicet, Hero Sir, and in P5, Jay Kostecki. What a fight all the way to the death. And that takes the championship fight down to the wire in September. My goodness me, what a championship finale it's going to be. Absolutely extraordinary scenes here. So, an absolutely phenomenal battle. There will be no champions crowned today. They will all be crowned in September. What a battle royale that was to the finish line. Some amazing moves from the cadets. They really put on an amazing display. The gift that just kept on giving for all 16 of those amazing laps. Of course, the results are provisional, but Posh Kong Chol deals with all of the onslaught and keeps his head. What an amazing race. One of the races of the season, definitely the cadet final of the season. All of that battling, all of that warring with contact and with gusto. and not a single one of those drivers fighting for the victory ended up off on the sidelines. How close was that? Absolutely legendary racing. That's IAME for you. It really is the heart of kart. Amazing battles all the way. And just beneath my feet, Posh Kongchol has come back after an absolutely fantastic run. Mr. Posh is Mr. P1. Excellent, excellent work. What a race. He looks exhausted, and I'm not at all surprised. What a duel. What a duel. It just kept going and going and going and going, this final. I wish we'd have had 4 more laps. What a race we could have finished on there. Amazing battling. All 3 drivers just putting on such a display. And we had 3 wide over the finish line going into the last lap. Every driver will be so, so proud of the race they just pulled off. Everyone in the top 3 deserves the win. That's the kind of race you'll remember for the rest of your life. What a great battle. Congratulations to Patapol Kaukanjanase and to Mason Kwong, who kept that fight going as long as they did. They couldn't quite eclipse Posh Kongchol on this occasion, but boy did they entertain us on their way to the top 3. I can't wait for that podium later. Next up on track, it is going to be the final in Master X30. Can anybody topple the dominance of Thanafob Warakatsuperchok? Just wow. Absolutely extraordinary. Amazing racing from the cadets. They really gave us such an incredible battle all the way to the last there. And just think, if race control had been a slightest bit draconian, that race could have been very different. They had it within their power to take those drivers off the front row and put them to the back, but they decided leniency, give them a second chance. So glad they did. What a race we had. Absolutely fantastic. That was the show of shows here in Beira. And now we're going to do it all again for the Master X30. And just because there's only 6 of them on the grid, do not think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night. These guys will put on a show. Welcome the warriors, boxers of this battle. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Don't tell that to these Master X30 drivers. These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit of their adhesion. Master X30 just gets better by the weekend. Great to see these guys back in action once again. And so far, it's been one-way traffic. It's been all about this man. Thanafob Warakatsuperchok has been the dominant force of this weekend for the Wara Race team on his energy course. Nobody has been able to duel with him over the course of this weekend. The only man that's come even slightly close is Wadasak Ayamchan. A fantastic display from him so far. The 2 tyres on the front row of the grid have been dominant. But we had a bit of a hint at the end of the superheat that the tide could turn. And who better to bring that battle to us than the man who returns, the top veteran, Alpesh Patel. Welcome back, first of all. Good to see you. We really missed you.
Thank you. It's great to be back, indeed.
Now, these guys at the front, they've had it all their own way, but in that superheat, you finally managed to find a little bit of pace, and you were catching them at the end there. What has changed over the last 24 hours?
Nothing. I think it's been a bit of bad luck on Saturday. We qualified a bit, less than a 10th from pole, so there was nothing. And unfortunately, heat 1 was just a train just taking it patient, and then we crashed in heat 2, so we couldn't show the pace. So now I hope we have a real fight.
It's incredible to think that the top 4 drivers here in this event have been covered by 61 thousandths of a second over qualifying. What is it going to take to get ahead of these guys? It's a long race. Tyre degradation is important. Has this got the beans to get it done?
I think if there's an opportunity, we have to go for it.
Good man. I can't wait.
Thank you.
Arpish Patel trying to bring this fight back a little bit further forward. What about the man who's trying to keep the title fight alive here as well? Harith bin Zairalo of Malaysia. Let's have a quick word. Harith, on drop scores, you're only 9 points behind that guy. So is there still an opportunity to try and get in his headspace a little bit off the start?
We actually have struggled since yesterday, since hit 1, hit 2, and unfortunate crash with Arpish Patel, which is completely my fault. But yeah, we're hoping to bounce back on the final.
This isn't going to be easy to determine. You guys are covered by less than a tenth in qualifying. So over the course of a race, what's going to be the key factor? What have you guys been working on?
Probably first thing will be mentality. Yeah, I have to be strong mentality, maybe consistency. We see how it goes.
Well, good luck, Harith. Hopefully it's going to be a strong one for you. Bon voyage.
Thank you, Dick.
Let's see if it's going to be a successful one. All of the competitors from all of the teams are here getting themselves ready. Don't forget, of course, these guys on the back row of the grid, Ian Willock to the inside line and Tamiko to the outside line. They were actually battling for 3rd position in the superheat as well. So do not think that they're going to be out of the hunt as well. But this brilliant front row of the starting grid, the photographers are going crazy already at the top one, guys. These guys have such a fantastic the top 1 motorsport team. They know exactly how to get it done. So hopefully it's going to be a very exciting one. But so far, nobody has been able to get inside the mind of Tanafor Warakatsupachoc. Is this going to be a clean sweep for him as well? We've already seen it from Andrea Galimberti and from Posh Kongchol. Are we going to get 3 clean sweeps in a row? It's up to that man to find out. 18 grueling laps of this circuit. That is almost a punishment in these conditions. But what an opportunity. 4 drivers covered by 61 thousandths of a second in time qualifying. I cannot remember the like in Master X30. It really could go anybody's way, even though the form has been with Tanafor over the course of the first 3 races. Now comes the final. Everybody's got fresh tyres. All advantages have been wiped out. Master X30 is a very unique category in karting. These are for the drivers who don't know when to stop, who still have the quality, who still have the stamina, who still have the aggression. Bring it on. Master X30 are for the drivers who never surrender. So these 6 competitors gearing themselves up and ready. I wish I was out there with them. I'm certainly old enough to, but I'm definitely not fit enough to. You've got to be a certain mindset to be able to go 18 laps toe-to-toe with your peers, pushing the limits when there are drivers in the field 20 to 30 years your junior. But what an amazing story. Master X30 only separated in the top 4 in time qualifying by less than 3/4 of a tenth. That's amazing. So Tanafor Warakatsupachoc for the Wara Race team on the Energy Core chassis, set to look for another clean sweep. So far, the results have not really told the whole story of this weekend. 4 wins in a row for Andrea Galimberti. He had to really work for them. Same story for Posh Kongchol. We genuinely didn't know who was going to win the final, but somehow he completed the clean sweep. And now we're going to get to see if it happens again here in the Master X30. It's very tough to tell how this is going to go. An absolutely astonishing battle is set to conclude here after what has been a truly extraordinary weekend so far. And there is more to do. There is more to quest over. So now the contenders are ready to give us another excellent display here. And it really will be tricky to know how this one is going to play out, because we've got 4 very motivated, incredibly skilled drivers here, ready to showcase their skills all the way to the death. And it's been ridiculously close, masterfully competitive. So now we've got an immense showdown. Just to give you a sort of a provisional update on the Cadets Championship tally, because I know there are a few people who were looking to see if the championship would be decided this time. I can tell you that it's not over yet. Mason Kwong has taken his tally up now to 92 points, with Jay Kostecki on 112 by my reckoning. And Poshkong Chol is all the way back up to 96 now. So it's definitely at least a three-way, possibly even a four-way going into the final rounds of the championship. It's game on. There are no champions to be crowned in round 5. It will go all the way to the end of the season. Even here in Master X30, the championship fight is ridiculously close on dropped scores, because Wedasak Yamchan has to drop 29 of his points. Harith bin Zairalo doesn't have to drop a single point because he didn't compete in the first round of the championship. So as a result of that, they are actually coming into the weekend only separated on dropped scores by 9 points. And that takes us to a very close showdown with what was 72 points available. Yamchan now has 9 points scored from this superheat earlier on. Harith bin Zairalo scored 7. But obviously they're questing after 25. The victory is the eyes on the prize. If they don't get it, then they're squabbling after the 20s, the 16s, the 13s and the 11s. The man they've got to try and take on is the treble 3. Tanafob Wada Superkachok. And what an opportunity it is for him. Can he get a third straight clean sweep? We haven't had it at any point so far this year. It's been ultimately competitive right throughout. But when you've got 4 drivers in time qualifying separated by just 61 thousandths of a second, that's proper competition. So there are amazing scenes here about to conclude in Master X30. Monica Superchok, Yamchan, Patel, and Zairalo. This is where the battle for the victory really kicks on. Don't forget about Ian Willock and Tam Yuk Ho as well. They will give us a lot to do too. We're going to have a really interesting Master X30 final here, even though there's only 6 of them. But this is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, and about commitment. These drivers have to give it 1,000% in these finals, particularly here in 34 degrees Celsius temperatures. If you don't believe me and you're not sure how much work goes into it, just ask the likes of Scott Wood, Turu Kumoran, Ahmed Zaidi bin Masri, Darren Formosa. They've been here this year in the Masters category, and they will tell you, you leave nothing on the table, you leave nothing to doubt, you push like crazy, and you pray that it's all going to work out. So now an all-tie front row. Tanafob Wadaka Superchok and Wedasak Yamchan. Alpesh Patel and Harith bin Zairalo on the second row. Ian Willock and Tam Yuk Ho on the third. 6 men. You would think it would be dull. But then if you do, you don't know Master X30 the way we do. This will be a nail-biter all the way to the end. Wadaka Superchok, Yamchan, Patel, Zairalo, Willock, and Tam. They'll come off the final turn, and the men who are separated by just a few tenths of a second in 1 lap pace will now share the same race circuit and battle for glory. They come off the turn, and we are racing at Vera. Good start from Alpesh Patel, trying to tuck right in and go for second position on the inside of Yamchan, and he's there! Alpesh Patel breaks through the tie wall. Amazing for Alpesh Patel, and now he can go for the victory. Can he take on Tanafob? We saw how quick he was at the end of the superheat. Now he could be the man to deny Tanafob Wadaka Superchok. Well, this is a big chance now for Alpesh Patel. The veteran is back in town, and he's in a second position on the first lap. A great start as he jumps the Yamchan. And now Harith bin Zairalo can go after his main championship rival as they run third and fourth. Tam and Willock are having a great race further back as Willock goes for broke on the inside line of the hairpin and gets the move. So Ian Willock goes wheel to wheel with Tam, and they're still side by side as Willock finishes off the move in 5th. So now Tanafob leads the way. Patel in 2nd. 3rd is Yamchan. 4th is Harith bin Zairalo. And this could be an amazing showdown here as Harith bin Zairalo tikes up towards Yamchan. He's going to dive in for 3rd position. He has to hang back. This is the battle we've been waiting for all weekend in the Master X30. They've saved their best for last on fresh tyres. And so Tanavov is trying to pull clear. Alpesh Patel was quicker at the end of the superheat on old tyres. What can he do on new tyres? Wedasek Yamchan trying to pull away from Harith bin Zairalo. That was a nasty scare for the championship leader. Now he knows the Malaysian is going to be pushing him all the way. Working hard down to the penultimate hairpin. Harith bin Zairalo has got to tidy up these radiuses. He's just drifting a little bit too much. That's really going to cost him in degradation. But he is getting quicker on the back end of Yamchan. He can have another go on the run up to the Mickey Mouse section through turn one, blasting on the power. This could be the Malaysian's chance to get on terms with Yamchan. Yamchan has got to be very careful in the Mickey Mouse section now. Harith bin Zairalo is all over him. He's trying to get around the outside of him, and the Malaysian is dogging the ties every turn. This is magnificent racing between the two championship contenders in Master X30. It's going to be one of these two that wins the title in 2025, but which one? Harith bin Zairalo looking for his move on the inside. Can't quite make the deadlock here on Yamchan. Down the back straight, looking for the opportunity towards the hairpin. Will he dive in? He had a real think about it there. Yamchan had to move to cover him off. Harith bin Zairalo is going to try again. Yamchan holds the inside line of the final turn. Harith bin Zairalo is nudging him. Come on, man. Get on with it. Down to turn one. And the Malaysian is all over the back of the championship leader. These two are questing for the title. Harith bin Zairalo doesn't have to drop a single championship point. Yamchan is going to drop at least 29. So what will happen now? Here comes Harith bin Zairalo. He's got to work so hard here to get on terms with Yamchan. Yamchan is not making it easy for him, as the Malaysian really is working hard to try and get in his blind spots. He has the ability to take him on in the championship fight. He gets a better run out of the second parabolica. Can he dive in at the penultimate hairpin? No, Yamchan is still there. Well, Tanafov is pulling away out front. Alpesh Patel might come good in the second half of the race, but the only race that we are interested in is the championship showdown. 2 weekends to go, 2 finals to go, and these two are at each other's throats for every corner of every lap of this final by the look of it. Yamchan versus Zairalo. Wedasek Yamchan for Top 1 Motorsport on his Kart Republic for Thailand, and the 353 on the Carlos Sainz chassis. Harith bin Zairalo of Malaysia for FR Racing Johor. Thailand versus Malaysia, the two countries that have been playing host to all of the races in 2025. And now their pedigree stars in Master X30 are racing for the title. Yamchan has picked up a little bit of pace now on the Malaysian, but this could just be a little bit of relaxation for Harith bin Zairalo. If he just dials it back a little bit, looks after the tyres for 5 laps or so, he can have another go at Yamchan. He just needs to stay in his wake, stay in the draft. A couple of kart lengths back will do, and if you look after the tyres better, you'll get another shot later. 13 laps to go, 5 completed. Wanikat Supachok is the fastest man, 51.7. Alpesh Patel at 52.0. There's still time for that kart to come good though. Don't count out Patel yet. He's not got that big a deficit. It's only about 3 seconds. That is still achievable. So Tanafod Wanikat Supachok has got the lead for the moment. Harith bin Zairalo is still close enough to Yamchan to keep the top 1 team sweating. This isn't going to be straightforward at all in Master X30, and this is a long race. These tyres can go through phases when they're at peak. A fresh set of tyres that can go a clear 18 laps. You've really got to work hard. 6 done, 12 to go. We're 1/3 of the way through this final. And now it's time to see what Harith bin Zairalo can do to keep on tabs with Wedasek Yamchan. Thailand versus Malaysia. Kart Republic versus CS55. Top 1 versus FR Johor. And it's really getting tight again. This is exactly why Harith bin Zairalo backed out of it a little bit. He wanted to give himself a bit of breathing space to get back on terms with Yamchan. You dial it back and then you ramp it back up again. And this is where Yamchan's going to have to get defensive and perhaps a little bit racy. This is really calculated from Harith bin Zairalo. 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward. And Yamchan's having to move to cover his line again. That's going to increase the degradation for the Thai and ramp up the attention on the Malaysian. Coming off the turn. Charging down the main straight again. Harith bin Zairalo really hustling Yamchan as they go through turn one, and this is not going to be easy for the Thai to hang on to. He may be the championship leader, but his back is still against the wall as the Malaysian is really ramping up the attack. Can he sustain this for the remaining 11 laps of this race? Absolutely extraordinary as Yamchan and bin Zairalo are absolutely together. Don't forget, the top 4 drivers, including these 2, were covered by less than 75 thousandths of a second in qualifying. There really is nothing to choose between them in terms of raw 1-lap pace. Braking zone. Harith bin Zairalo doing a fair job here to keep Yamchan honest. But out in front, it is the Wara Race Energy Course of Thanapol Bodikatsupachoc. Just charging away, 2.5 seconds now, clear of Alpesh Patel, but these 2 are still ridiculously close to each other. The championship duo battling for the crown. Yamchan of Thailand versus Harith bin Zairalo of Malaysia. Still working hard as they go out of the Mickey Mouse section up to the Parabolica. Slightly different racing lines and approaches. Harith bin Zairalo a little bit more conservative there, but that will help in tyre deg. Again, just gives himself a little bit of clearance space. Rolls back about 2 or 3 kart lengths just to give himself that little bit of a check. Now he'll get his chance to ramp up after Yamchan as well. Yamchan knows he's there because he can hear the engine of the CS55 chassis behind him. So Yamchan's really got to go for it as now he's nudging. Come on, man. I want to finish higher than 3rd place and you're holding me up. Get out of the way or get faster. Yamchan is urging his kart forward. Harith bin Zairalo is doing all the work here. Grunting down the back straight, up towards the hairpin at the Mickey Mouse section. Long flowing right, tightens, get back in, turns left, opens, and then up towards the Parabolica again. These 2 really are pushing each other around the circuit here. Trading apexes, trading sector times, trading tyre degradation. Nothing to choose between the 2. I said to you that this was going to be nail-biting to the last, and we weren't wrong. So as Thanapol extends his lead, Alpesh Patel in second trying to catch him, but the championship protagonists are wheel to wheel. It's like the age-old story. You give 2 warriors the chance to fight with each other, and it all kicks off again. Prost versus Senna, Schumacher versus Hill, Verstappen versus Hamilton. But here in karting, it's Yamchan versus Zairalo. There's a lot of respect between these 2, but when they go down on their visors, when the visors drop, they will be absolutely nothing but rage and war between the 2. As soon as they get out of the kart, very respectful, very friendly again. But this is what the great rivalry is all about. Yamchan, the championship leader, being hunted down by the Malaysian Harith bin Zairalo, who has taken victories in the finals this year. He's had the pace to match Yamchan several times over the season. Yamchan's got to drop 29 points. Harith bin Zairalo doesn't drop a single point in his campaign, and that means that this title fight is going to be very, very tight indeed between Yamchan and Harith bin Zairalo. Zairalo trying again on the back straight. This is going to be very tricky to see how it all goes. A very strong battle from everybody as it's going to be close. But once again, Harith bin Zairalo is ramping up the attention here on Waraseki Yamchan. Can the Malaysian do anything about the Thai in 3rd position? These are the drivers who are the only ones who can contest the championship. Yamchan's starting to get wide. That's when the tyre degradation really starts to bite him. So now Harith bin Zairalo can be careful about when he approaches. If I'm him, I drop back a kart length or 2 just to give myself a bit of space. Because if Yamchan keeps sliding, I can look after my tyres for a lap and a half, and then I can nail him, and he'll never get a second glance. 6 laps to go. 12 done. Out of the turn, Harith bin Zairalo is being patient. Good things come to those who wait, as Yamchan is just holding his nerve in the lead, but he's starting to get leery. Harith bin Zairalo looks more confident on the CS55 chassis. He can go for tighter radiuses out of the turn. Yamchan's really struggling now. He gets that turn in, but he's drifting. He's struggling under braking. He really is on the limit now. And this is where Harith bin Zairalo can take one big launch, make the move, and silence his critics. But again, he's just waiting. He just pitches the kart in. Steady, not too much travel, not too much drift. Just take your time. This is a long, long race. You don't have to get ahead of him until lap 18. So Harith bin Zayralo following in the wheel tracks of IAME Chan as Thanathop Wadakatsuperchok still leads here in the Wara Race Energy course. Alpesh Patel second, then IAME Chan versus Zayralo, and that could go all the way to the checkered. Willick is fifth, Tam is sixth. Alpesh Patel has tried his best to keep up with the man in the lead, Thanathop Wadakatsuperchok, but Alpesh Patel just cannot quite get there. And now he's starting to make some errors. He just dropped it off the curb big time, and the back end slid out like Colin McRae in the middle of Kenya. So Patel has got to tidy this up again. So now we've got to see if this championship duel in third and fourth continues to mount up. There is the leader, Thanathop Wadakatsuperchok. Patel goes across the line. And now our championship duo. Thailand versus Malaysia. Kart Republic versus Carlos Sainz 55. Top One versus FR Johor. And IAME Chan versus Zayralo. Who is going to get this third position? It's wonderful that the championship is coming down to these last 2 weekends. There's not going to be a single champion crowned this weekend. It's all going to go down to the wire. And so Thanathop Wadakatsuperchok is out in front without too much issue. It is going to be Maimi Panha for Thanathop Wadakatsuperchok to get this one. Alpesh Patel second, but now the fight for third is ramping up, and they've only got 3 laps at the end of this one. Now it's really starting to get choppy as IAME Chan is losing the back end of his kart in the slower hairpins. This is where Harith bin Zayralo can really nail him. 3 laps to go. The Malaysian is pushing. IAME Chan is trying to cover his bases. But the Malaysian really needs to wrap this up. Just patience, patience, patience. He'll make the big error. You don't necessarily have to overtake him. You can just let him drift wide and nab him on the apex. IAME Chan is starting to get really tricky now. Can the Kart Republic driver hold on? He's doing an amazing job. A lot of other drivers would have lost control completely by now and drifted onto the marbles. But Welasek IAME Chan is wrestling his kart into control. So at the end of this one, there'll be just 2 laps between them. And somehow IAME Chan has been able to put a bit of daylight between himself and Harith bin Zayralo. Don't forget, this race battle right here could be what decides the championship next month. So IAME Chan has got to pace himself. Stays in front of Harith bin Zayralo for the moment. Through turn 1. Back on the slipstream. 2 laps to go. The Malaysian's never going to get a better shot at beating Welasek IAME Chan at his own game. Tightens up through the Mickey Mouse section. It's getting leery for the Kart Republic. There is Alpesh Patel. He's going to get the veteran victory in second position. Great comeback for him. Hasn't quite been able to topple Thanathop Wadakatsuperchok, but what a comeback for Alpesh Patel regardless. Meanwhile, behind him, Harith bin Zayralo is still hustling. Welasek IAME Chan, he's got to think about the move soon because he's running out of chances. Can he dive in on the inside? Not into the left, he can't. Now he's got the final right-hand hairpin, but he's going to have his real chance now, surely. IAME Chan holds his nerve to the inside line. Harith bin Zayralo's got to be tactical. Last lap, here we go. Harith bin Zayralo versus Welasek IAME Chan. The championship could be decided in this final. He's got to make his move. Can Harith bin Zayralo take crucial points off IAME Chan? And he'll take a fair few off him if he gets the move on the inside. He's going for it. He dives and he's there. But IAME Chan bounces back. Harith bin Zayralo lets him go. He knows there was contact to initiate, so he had to let him get back through. Now IAME Chan is defending like crazy. Harith bin Zayralo's only really going to get one final shot at this. Very sporting from the Malaysian. He knew that he got through by underhand means, so he rolled back and let him have it. Out in front, the victory is going to go to Thanathop Wadakatsuperchok. He wins in the Wara Race Energy course. No worries at all for him. He dominates. Alpesh Patel will be second, but who's going to be third? It's going to be IAME Chan. Well, that was tight all the way. Harith bin Zayralo did get his shot, but he's ever the sportsman. He knew that that was gained by underhand means. He rolled off the power. He let him have it back. He tried again, and he'd run out of time. But that is pure sportsmanship. That is how racing is supposed to be, and it was demonstrated beautifully there by Werasaki Amchan and Harith bin Zairalo. The victory goes the way of Tanafo Barakat Superchok, who has been dominant all the way. For the third class in a row, it is 4 wins out of 4 for the man who started from pole position. I can't believe just how dominant everybody's been across junior, cadet and master. Now we've got the senior X30 coming up. Can Kimi Chan complete the feat? Well, I'm taking shade under one of these incredible IAME umbrellas held by the drivers on the way to the grid. Everybody enjoying themselves, but the heat pretty intense, it has to be said. Go on. Everybody getting themselves to the starting grid positions. Right, we've got some serious business to attend to now. Some finals. And for the man, essentially back where he belongs at the front, Kimmy Chan on pole position. Kimmy, you have the chance to do something quite unbelievable here. 4 classes, 4 clean sweeps. Are you up for the fight up at the front end now? It looks like you're back to your best.
If I say no, that would be stupid, so.
So this has been a really weird 2025 campaign. You kind of had the plan to do 1 or 2, and through certain circumstances, you're now able to only miss 1 event, and now you're in the fight for the championship again. Did you even think that the championship fight was even on this year?
No, I mean, I would still miss round 6, but what we have done this season, it's honestly amazing. And I mean, after this race, I don't know what I'll get, but I think points-wise, it's going to be very close in the front. I don't think I'll be in the championship fight after the final round, but I'm just going to try my best each round when I'm here.
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity to see you bow out as the top dog in Senior X30, so go get him, Kimmy. Good job.
Thank you.
So yeah, Kimmy Chan, the plan at the moment, of course, is that he's not going to be here for the final round of the championship. So he's got to maximize every point that he is on here for. Honoseki Amchan, fresh from his Master X30 battle, coming onto the grid to help out Putter. Let's get back to Prasetyo Hardia. Welcome back to Infinity Asia, first of all. Great to see you. Front row of the grid, you've been in second place all the way. Where has this confidence come back from?
Just saving it for the finals.
Now, you've been so careful in how you've pushed the kart. The old tyres, you've been able to work quite well. On fresh tyres, all the way to the finish, how difficult is it going to be to keep the field behind you?
I don't know. I think it's not going to be that easy, but I'll try my best to catch him, of course.
See, the thing is, neither of you are really in realistic chances for the championship, so you just want to take a win off each other.
Yeah, of course. I don't have any championship points, so I only came to win.
Okay, Pras, go get him.
Yeah, sure.
Great to hear from Prasetyo Hardia. I can care less about the championship. I just want the win. Simple as that. Right, let's go after a man who does care about the championship. He's in third on the grid, and he is the leading potential championship contender if Kimmy Chan isn't at the final round. Kai Burke. Kai, you've come close to that second position a couple of times now, but this is the best shot. Fresh tyres, inside row 2. Surely this has got to be a good chance now.
Yeah, I think we got a good chance, but we just got to get through those opening laps and then just consistency and power forward and try and close up to the front.
The intensity of the heat compared to round 4, plus the difference in the layout, is this actually giving you guys an advantage, or are you having to dig deep and find something special?
I think it's the same, really. Just we got outright pace like we did last time, but this time we're further up the field.
Okay, well, hopefully the first corner is kind to you. Good luck, Kai.
Thank you.
It'll be really interesting to see what the Birla Asia man can do. The drivers are making their way to the photograph. Just before we do that, I want to grab a quick word with Yuka Po, who is obviously in the fight for the championship. This is a momentous chance for you here. 5th on the grid. You've fought back through adversity. We've got 1 final and 1 weekend to go. We know that Kimmy is unlikely to be at round 6. The Gales aren't either. Is this your chance to make it all happen?
I don't know yet, to be honest, because for the last few rounds, we have been testing the chassis mainly. And obviously, from the last round, our pace is so-so. So we are still figuring out with the chassis. And to be honest, we didn't expect to starting 5th here in the final. So we are kind of happy.
Being on the inside of that front row of the grid, these guys are obviously going to be a little bit racy into that first corner. So you being on the inside of row 3, does that give you a bit of momentum heading up to the top?
Yeah, I would say so. But I think I can't do much at the start. Just try to follow, and then let's see who can last longer.
Okay, buddy. Well, good luck, and we wish you all the best for it.
Thank you.
Good stuff from Yukapo, who is effectively the championship leader with the absence of Toby Gale. But with Kimmy Chan looking for a dominant streak and him telling us he's not likely to be at round 6, Toby and Austin Gale not at round 6 either, it essentially means there's only 3 effective championship contenders left at the front end of the points. And that's Yuka Po, Kai Burke, and Zadia Vrajkal. It's going to be really interesting to see how it all shapes up. The drivers are at the start-finish line for their photograph. And this has been a really dynamic battle in Senior X30 this time. So many different drivers from across all 4 corners of the Asian Peninsula and even further afield than that. This is a truly international competition now. Great to see everybody putting on an excellent display in a very tough show. This is not easy to predict either. Kimi Chan and Prasetyo Hadia are not here for championship honours. They're here purely for the win. With the drivers behind, Kai Burke, Yuka Po, Zadia Vrajkal trying to make up gains. They all want championship points. It's going to be so difficult to predict, but can anybody topple Kimi Chan? There's only one way to find out. The man from Hong Kong has been invincible so far this weekend, but as he just told me on the grid, it's unlikely he'll be part of the grid in round 6, which means that even if he levels the points with Toby Gale, he can't take advantage of that in the season finale. He's got to hope that there are problems for everybody else in order to make the championship come to him. But if he does level the points with Toby Gale and nobody scores more than him, it'll be the first dead heat in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Senior X30 title fight ever. And on countback, Kimi Chan become champion after winning what would be 2 finals compared to Toby Gale's 1. There's a lot at stake. Kimi's saying it himself, I've just got to maximize everything I can out of the weekends I am here and hope that the racing gods are with me. But for Kai Burke, for Zadia Vrajkal, and for Yuka Po, anything is still possible. It's still game on, and there's still a chance to make a play. But there's still some great opportunities for the drivers around. What about INF1NITY, the 4th position man on the starting grid, the independent? There's still a chance for him to make a play from that 2nd row of the starting grid. And also, there's a little bit of contention here from the 3rd row of the starting grid. Don't forget that Clifford Kanjanapis is in pretty much exactly the same boat as Kimi Chan and Prasetyo Hadia, not here for a full championship campaign, wanting to take a victory just for pride. A lot of the Senior X30 drivers, because they're in and out of single-seater race cars or touring car programs, as well as doing Senior X30, there's not many of the drivers at the front end who have been winning races who have got a full program in their schedule. So it means that it opens up the gap a little bit for a few more of these contenders. One man I do want to commend up here is Warawan Komarakul, who is here in the GLC as the distributor of the GLC chassis, the American-made kart in Asia. And he is right there in 7th position on the starting grid. So this couldn't really be a better advert for the brand, seeing him right up there in the top 10. But there are still so many factors in this, the longest and toughest and most grueling race of the weekend. This is very, very difficult to predict now. It's all up to them for these 20 laps. I can't wait. The heat has never been more intense, both on and off the circuit, as Senior X30's title fight is growing to a crescendo, but it won't be decided until the 14th of September. This is just another chapter to add into the mix. Who is going to be champion in Senior X30? Will it be Toby Gale, Yuka Po, Kimi Chan, Zadia Vrajkal, or Kai Burke? There are so many factors heading into this weekend. The only thing we do know is that if Austin Gale is missing both round 5 and round 6, then I'm afraid he will not be the champion. A very tricky battle awaits the drivers then. It'll be such a tough mission. And everybody knows how difficult this race circuit can be at the best of times. This is one of the worst of times as far as tyre degradation is concerned. It's brutal, it's ruthless, and it's relentless. So the drivers are gearing up then, ready for what is set to be the toughest and roughest race of the entire weekend. Those tyres are going to need a heck of a lot of coaxing to get to the end in fast pace. It's time now to see what the drivers can do in the last race of the weekend. The 5-minute board goes up. So the man from Hong Kong on pole position. Kimi Chan, who's been a podium finisher in this year's F4 China Championship, has been working very hard indeed on all of the race programs that he's been thrown into this year. Didn't realize he was going to be fighting for a championship in Senior X30. He thought his campaign was going to be too sporadic. On at least 2 occasions this year, it was planned for him not to race, and then the tune was changed in the last moments. So the fact that he is fighting at the front end of this championship fight is pretty incredible, and it just shows his staying power. But for Kai Burke, the Australian, who has stepped out of his comfort zone and gone into the World of Infinity IAME Series Asia, the incredibly talented man from Bundaberg in Queensland, with a chance to put an Australian at the top of the championship fight. He is the leading championship protagonist if Kimi Chan does not compete in round 6. And Kai Burke immediately goes to handshake with Kimi Chan ahead of the start. Incredible sportsmanship on this starting grid. He'll be lining up on that grid alongside an INF1NITY. And so the independent driver, INF1NITY, is still right up there at the sharp end of the field in 4th position. Yuka Po sharing the 3rd row of the grid with Clifford Kanjanapis. I can't wait for that duel into turn 1. And fair play to the man in 7th place on the grid. Warawon Komorakul for WK Motorsport on the GLC. Great to see the distributor for the chassis in Asia able to put the brand right up into the top 10. The 1-minute board and a start of the engines as Yuka Po is almost caught out on the grid. So everybody fighting for supremacy and trying to get going again. Yuka Po hasn't even got himself ready yet. I think the 5-minute board caught him out a little bit there. Everybody else is ready to go, and Yuka Po is still putting his gloves on. So it could be a bit of a hectic recovery drive for him on the formation lap, but no, he is in position, so we can go to green flags immediately. Wow, that was a bit of a tight moment then on the Senior X30 grid. So now we've got our starting grid drivers running around the course. Kimi Chan and Prasetyo Hardia on the front row. Kai Burke and INF1NITY on the 2nd row. Yuka Po and Clifford Kanjanapis. Warawon Komorakul and Zani of Raikal. Cooper Fish and Rafael Kamal in the top 10. Then Shavash Sentil and Thomas George, Nikhil Bora and Zachary Boyce, Ayan Marwa and Andy Barrett from Wadapong Ayam Chan and Daing Abraham. Then Sutomo Nishimura and Megat Zulkarnain, Jiggy Javier and Put Suntichurungrang, Miguel Quinones and Jenny Bibinet from Tian Rinchin and Melvin Shane. And at the back of the grid, it is Panikor Naramasami and Raphael Weissen. So the 28 Senior X30 drivers continuing on their way. I've been given an update actually on why Max Sir was not on the Junior X30 grid earlier on. He actually fell ill a little bit before the start. So unfortunately, that is the reason why he missed his race. So at least now we have an understanding of that. Hopefully Max will be ready and recovered in time for the finals of round 6. So the Senior X30 battle, Chan versus Hardia, Burke versus INF1NITY, Yu versus Kanjanapis, and Komorakul versus Raikal, with championship contenders in the top 8 positions. Let's see how this final kicks off as we get ready in Senior X30. Let's race at Bira, and Hardia gets into the lead off the start. Brilliant launch from Prasetyo Hardia. Jumps Kimi Chan with Kai Burke and INF1NITY already trying to push their way further forward on the Birral Arts. But it's Prasetyo Hardia who makes the jump on Kimi Chan and storms into the lead. The Indonesian, who has no championship points on the board, is now leading the final here at Bira. So a fantastic chance to put himself into a decent position out front. Prasetyo Hardia a little bit late on the brakes there for the hairpin as all the Senior X30 drivers get their way through without too much drama. But there's contact further back as Miguel Quinones has tangled with one of the kart republics. So the Dr. Q kart of Miguel Quinones has dropped down the order, tangling with one of the kart republics at the tail end of the field. Couldn't quite make out who that was, to be fair. We'll try and figure it out later. But Hardia is your leader. Chan in second, then Burke, INF1NITY. Raikal is in B5. What a start from the Malaysian. So it's Miguel Quinones who tangled with Jiggy Javier. So Jiggy Javier is the one who ended up down at the back of the field with Miguel Quinones. But Hardia versus Chan up at the sharp end. Then Burke, Tangnianachai, Raikal, Kanchanapis, Komadakul, Yu, Kamal, Bora, George, Marwa, Sentil, and Cooperfish. So there's battles all the way as Zariev Raikal is trying to make his move on the inside of Anton Tangnianachai. So Zariev Raikal trying to move into 4th position, will try and dive in, but Tangnianachai is not going to be a pushover for the Malaysian. And so Raikal really is working hard here to get on terms, but he's blocking and protecting as Raikal dives in. And Raikal gets the move on Tangnianachai. Tangnianachai could move out to Kanchanapis here in turn 1. But he holds it round the far side. So Tangnianachai on the Birilat, doing a great job. He loses out to Raikal, but he's still in front of Kanchanapis and Yukapo on the Explorer. So the drivers work their way forward. Tough stuff here on lap 3. 18 laps to go. And so far, so good for Prasetyo Harja. He leads Kimi Chan, then Kai Burke, Zariev Raikal, Anton Tangnianachai, and Clifford Kanchanapis ahead of Yukapo. There's a battle further back that looks like Kurmarakul is hanging on in front of Rafael Kamal, and Nikhil Bora on the fireball is trying to get in amongst them as well. 3 wide as they dive for positions. Kurmarakul and Kamal are going to lose out to Bora here if they're not careful. Bora is going to try and dive for the outside line as up on the curbs goes Rafael Kamal, and Nikhil Bora drives around the outside of him to pick up the overtake. So Nikhil Bora now in P9 as they go after Komarakul on the GLC. This is that battle that we were just talking about. So Bora is into 9th place, Kamal is still P10, but here's the leading squabble. Prasetyo Harja is being caught by Kimi Chan. Kimi Chan's got to stay patient here. If he does not appear at the last round of the championship, then Toby Gale would still be the championship leader heading to the last round of the championship. So this is such an important race for Kimi Chan to win. He's got to try and overhaul Prasetyo Harja. He's not even in the title fight. Kimi Chan technically is, so he's got to get ahead of Harja if he's going to tie with Toby Gale on championship points. And of course, that would mean that Kimi Chan would effectively become the new championship leader. What a race to the title this is in Senior X30. Down the back stretch. In through the Mickey Mouse section, and Kimi Chan is right there with Prasetyo Harja. Out through the hairpin loop. And of course, Kimi Chan winning this race does kind of change his thinking towards whether he should make an appearance at round 6, if he's at all possible to do so. If he doesn't get it done, then it's obviously going to be very tricky to figure out whether it's worth it or not. But he may need to change his plans. A championship could be on the ball here for Chan. So they come off the turn and charge their way towards the hairpin at the end of the lap. Kimi Chan still pushing hard, trying to find that little bit extra to get on terms with Prasetyo Harja of Indonesia. So the Indonesian leads the way from Kimi Chan of Hong Kong. Yukapo now in front of Clifford Kanchanapis. So the Explorer has got in front. Kanchanapis is trying again to get through. No chance. He doesn't get that overtake. So there's still more to do. Still more to fend for. But Harja in front of Chan and Kai Burke. Kai Burke is actually starting to reel these two in now. This is the best chance Kai Burke's going to have of taking a victory off the two DRM drivers for Paralin. And Burke is really stepping up the pace. The Birilat is closing in on the two Paralins up front. So Kai Burke has found some extra pace here and is looking good to give these guys a real hiding if they're not careful. Across the line, Harja, Chan, Burke, Raikal, Tangnianachai and Yu, then Kanchanapis. There is Clifford Kanchanapis. Then Bora, Komarakul and Shabashintil. On the inside line, Kanchanapis tries to throw it on the inside of Yukapo. But Yu is not going to be intimidated there. He keeps his foot in on the Explorer and holds the position a little while longer. Back to the leaders, Prasetyo Harja, Kimi Chan and Kai Burke. Still 1, 2 and 3. And there's not much to choose between those three either. Kanchanapis tries again on Yukapo off the turn. He's having to try and fend him back. Kanchanapis is signaling to him, "What are you doing? Why are you defending, man? Come on, race me." But Yukapo is holding Kanchanapis to ransom here. Kanchanapis trying to dive to the inside. Yukapo having to defend. I think he knows that P6 is all he's going to get from this. But this championship fight really is going down to the wire. And there's a very decent chance that the absent Toby Gale could still become the champion. Who'd have thought that all these ringers would take so many championship points away that it might not go anybody else's way after all. Zariev Raikal has worked his way back into P4. So there's still a good opportunity for the Malaysian. He's now trying to close up on the leading trio. He knows for a fact that Harjia and Chan might not be a threat to his championship aspirations, but Kai Burke, the man in front of him, definitely is. Chan is closer to Harjia than he has been for a while. On the main straight, they are nose to tail, and Kimi Chan might get his opportunity here. Harjia pulls across to stop Chan coming through, but Chan may still get a run down the back straight. He knows he's there. Chan is pushing. Harjia is trying to defend his line. Prasetyo Harjia of Indonesia still holds this from Kimi Chan, and there's not much to choose between them. A really exciting run all the way here. Kai Burke is staying close to them, and this is exactly what he needs to do to get the victory. Stay hungry, stay close enough. Be aware of the fact that Zariev Raikal is closing in behind as well. Zariev Raikal, of course, the Malaysian, the reigning junior champion. He's on course to fight for the senior championship in September, but it is going to be nail-biting how many points these drivers will take into that final round. They've got to be focused, they've got to be careful, they've got to be calculated. So Harjia, Chan, Burke. Kimi Chan all over Prasetyo Harjia, who takes a wide trajectory. Kimi Chan trying to force the error. Kai Burke is just sitting pretty in third place. Go on, boys, race each other, fight like tooth and nail. I'll get you when I'm ready. So Kimi Chan trying to find that gap on the inside of Prasetyo Harjia. There he goes on the inside line, and Kimi Chan doesn't get it right. He loses ground on the exit. Prasetyo Harjia gets him back again, and now Kai Burke fancies his chances. Go on then, Kimi. It didn't work for you. Maybe it'll work for me. So now Kimi Chan has got to do all that hard work of closing up on Prasetyo Harjia all over again. Here's how it happened. He dives from a long way back, but he can't slow the cart down. Drifts back out. Thanks, mate. I'll take that back again, says Prasetyo Harjia. That was easy. So now as we get back into it, Kai Burke is chasing after Kimi Chan. Chan is closing back in on Prasetyo Harjia, but he's got to work very carefully to get up to that point. So it's Harjia, Chan, Burke, Raikal, Tangnianachai, Yu, Kanjanapas, Bora, Komarakul and Sentil in the top 10. Then it's Cooper Fish from Daing Ibrahim, Ayam Chan, Marwa, Zulkarnain, Boret, Boyce, Nishimura and Adam Rasami in the top 20. So a lot of good battles all the way down this field, and all 28 drivers are still circulating. No crashes, no incidents, no yellow flags so far. Just pure no-nonsense racing. We are over half distance now as we complete lap 11. And Prasetyo Harjia's got 9 more laps of this to endure under the onslaught of Kimi Chan and Kai Burke. But Prasetyo Harjia dearly would love to win this race. He's not here for a championship, he's here for pride. Kimi Chan in second, Kai Burke in third. This is the closest Kai Burke has been to a victory in a final in 2025. He is dangerously close to stealing it. This could be the Australians' chance. And of course, there's a very good chance that we could end up with 5 different winners from 5 finals. If Kimi Chan doesn't win this race, then we are either going to get Prasetyo Harjia or Kai Burke taking a victory in a final in 2025. And that would be 5 different winners in a final in 5 weekends consecutively. I can't remember the last time that happened in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. 8 laps to go. Burke is still all over Kimi Chan. Raikal, Tangnianachai, Yu, Kanjanapas, Nikhil Bora in 8th place in front of the GLC of Wadawan Komarakul. And then in 10th place is Shavesh Sentil. 11th position is Ibrahim, then Fish, Yamchan, Marwa, Boret, Zulkarnain, Boyce, Adam Rassi, Nishimi, Vaisen, and then Sutachit Rungrang, George, Bibanet, Tian, and Kamal. And then Melvin Shane, Miguel Quinones, and Jiggy Javier. Still some great battles all the way down this field as drivers are realizing just how much is at stake. Kimi Chan has been working hard to close back up on Prasetyo Harjia. If he wins this race, Kimi Chan, he will tie with points for Toby Gale. and that will, of course, put him in the top of the championship. But on countback, it would be a championship lead for Kimmy Chan. I am told as well that in the junior category, this has now been calculated, but we go into the championship finale with a dead heat in the championship fight. Conrad Garrow and Danish Chen are tied for points going into the season finale. Whoever scores more in September will be champion. And Kimmy Chan dives again on Prasetya Hadia and again overshoots. So now Kai Burke will be getting impatient. Come on, man. Get out of the way. It's my turn. Kai Burke dives in. But instead, he assists Kimmy Chan to get back on terms with Prasetya Hadia. So Kimmy Chan is going to have a third attack on the Indonesian. As now 6 laps to go. Here in Bira. Here he goes again. It's a better move. But again, he just drifts wide onto the marbles. And that's enough for Prasetya Hadia to take the lead back again once more. Well, that gap has been washed away once more. Kimmy Chan still right back on terms with Prasetya Hadia. This is where he's been able to do it on 2 occasions and then slam the door shut. Can he do it for a third time? I'm asking. He's not close enough. He's got to wait until he's even closer to that back bumper of Prasetya Hadia's kart. But Kai Burke is still doing exactly what he needs to do, being sat in third position, just letting these 2 men squabble for the victory. If he's smart, he can jump in behind the 2 of them when they start battling and steal the win away from them both. And then his championship aspirations take a massive shoot in the arm. Up to the first turn. On the run to the Mickey Mouse section again. Chan very close, diving for Prasetya Hadia, can't get the inside line because the Indonesian holds it all the way. Diving through to the inside again, trying to get the most out of the cart. Kimmy Chan definitely closer to Hadia this time. He'll try and look for the inside line. Can he make the dive very late? He thinks about it, he nudges the back of the Indonesian. Come on, man, get on with it. Kimmy Chan really is pushing it here, literally. Hadia, still your leader. Kimmy Chan is all over him, and now Kai Burke has joined the squabble. Go on, boys, get this sorted. I'll take the lead off both of you. 4 laps to go at the end of this one, and Kimmy Chan is impatient. He's had enough. Hadia's blocking him as they come up to turn 1. Watch Kai Burke. He's going to try and steal it from both men. Chan goes the far side. Kai Burke keeps his foot in. Oh my word, I could barely speak through that. That was so tight. Hadia, Chan and Burke. This is another irresistible battle here at Bira. And Chan's going to slide sideways through the parabolica. He can't get close enough to Hadia. Double waved yellows. No overtaking because there's an incident on the far side of that corner. It's Megat Zulkarnain. Megat Zulkarnain's come off the road. So it's double waved yellows. No overtaking. But fortunately, Megat Zulkarnain is okay. So now we're up to racing speed again on the far side of the circuit. It's only on 1 corner, fortunately. So now the battles are raging up front for Kimmy Chan. Prasetya Hadia is the leader, but Chan is in second and he doesn't want to be there any longer. He wants to tie with Toby Gale on the points tally. The only way to do that is to get ahead of Prasetya Hadia, and he's only got 2.5 laps to do it. Kai Burke sitting in third place, just needs to stay hungry. Here comes Kimmy Chan in behind Prasetya Hadia. Decent line through the parabolica. Make the play. Get up on the inside. Brake late. Not close enough. Tries again. There's Megat Zulkarnain in the background. Devastated to be out of the race, but fortunately he's okay. Down the back straight. Chan needs to get closer to Hadia if he wants to take the lead from him. And so Prasetya Hadia sets himself up to become the 5th different winner in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Senior X30 contest in 2025. Will it really be 5 from 5? 2 to go. Chan pushing Hadia all the way. Kai Burke is sitting tight in third. Just let them have their squabble, Kai. You could pick up the pieces. Kimmy Chan all over the back. Hadia gets a tighter trajectory. The tyres will be screaming at them at this point. Kimmy Chan through the parabolica. Can he get close enough to dive in on Hadia? Here he goes! And he's going to go wide again! 3 times now. Kimmy Chan has tried the same move. Now he's got to hope that Kai Burke is going to help him get back there. So for the 3rd time in a row, Chan makes the dive at the same hairpin, and it doesn't work. They're going to go into the final lap now, and Chan has got to try the unthinkable. He's really got to pull the stops out. Last lap, here we go. Can Kimi Chan make it 2 wins this season? Or will it be 5 different final winners from 5 weekends? Can Prasetyo Hardia make his name on the top step? It's now or never for Kimi Chan. He's caught up to Hardia. He's going to try a 4th time to make the move. Maybe it'll be in exactly the same corner. He has a think about it. He's too far back. Hardia's defending a little. This could be a chance for Chan in the closing couple of hairpins. He's going to make it through the left-hander. Now down the back straight. Kimi Chan is needing to get closer than this. I don't think he's going to make it. Prasetyo Hardia's got a decent advantage here. And Chan's too far back. It looks like it's going to be the Indonesian all the way. Prasetyo Hardia comes out of the final turn and wins in Bira. Prasetyo Hardia, the Indonesian, becomes the 5th different winner in 2025 in a Senior X30 final. Handshake from Kimi Chan. He tried his best. He couldn't get there, and that means that Toby Gale, absent this weekend, is still the championship leader. I cannot believe it. Absolutely extraordinary scenes here in Bira. Toby, whatever your plans are on the 2nd weekend of September, you might want to change them. Into the pits comes Zadia Vrajkal. He crossed the line in 4th place. Couldn't keep up with Hardia, Chan and Burke, but crucial championship points. Wow, the title fight in all 4 categories, junior, cadet, master and senior, will go down to the wire. Absolutely fantastic scenes here at Bira. The cleanest Senior X30 final you're ever going to see as well, by the way. But what a fight all the way to the conclusion of the weekend. And now we have an unprecedented statistic. First round, the winner was Yuka Po. Second round, it was Kimi Chan. Third round, in Malaysia, it was Zadia Vrajkal. Last time out, it was Toby Gale. This time out, it's Prasetyo Hardia. Could we really have 6 different Senior X30 final winners from 6 weekends? It's genuinely possible now. Absolutely extraordinary racing here at Bira. Fantastic racing all the way. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama and intrigue. But what a race we had. Prasetyo Hardia taking the win then from Kimi Chan and Kai Burke. 4th position, Zadia Vrajkal. 5th position was Ananton Tangnianachai, who hung on in front of Kanjanapas and Yu. Bora 8th, Komonakul 9th, ahead of Ibrahim, Sentil, Fish, Marwa, and the point scorers, Iam Chan and Panikon Anamrasamy. Well, all of the results are provisional, of course. The next item on the bill and the final item on the bill is going to be the podium ceremony. We'll try and get it underway as quickly as possible. We know people need to get home, but we want everybody to take their trophies if they can. So stick around if you're able to, please. We will get our podium ceremony underway as soon as possible. But what a weekend. Victories for 4 fantastic drivers. Andrea Galimberti, Poshkong Chol, Tanafob Warakat Superchok, and Prasetyo Hardia. 2 ties, an Italian and an Indonesian. Take it all here in Bira. Leo will be presenting the trophies to our competitors. First and foremost, then, we will start with the junior final in the IAME Series Thailand category. So all those that signed up in the IAME Series Thailand will now get their top 5 trophies. In 5th position, representing Thailand, Narol Imjitpanya. Congratulations to Narol. P5 in the IAME Series Thailand rankings. A great performance there. In 4th position, also for Thailand, Chris Kasimsup. Congratulations to Chris. A very good effort indeed from our youngster for Bangkok Classic Car XFR. In 3rd position for Singapore, Conrad Garrow. A hearty congratulations to Conrad. Fantastic work this weekend. In 2nd position, also for Singapore, Danish Chen. Big congratulations to Danish. Excellent result for the 29R driver. But your official Junior X30 IAME Series Thailand winner for Italy, Andrea Galimberti. A big congratulations then to the man on the top step of the podium. And we have our fantastic picture for all 5 drivers in the top 5. Your Junior X30 IAME Series Thailand podium round 2. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, gentlemen. We'll see you for round 6 in September. Now for the junior final in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, round 5 of 2025. So here is the official top 5. In 5th position, representing Thailand, Chris Kasimsup. Great performance from Chris, his first top 5 finish in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. In 4th position for Malaysia, Leonardo Mori. Big congratulations to Leonardo. Great performance after a very tough race weekend, running at the front all weekend long. In 3rd position for Singapore, Conrad Garrow. Great performance from Conrad. Excellent work all through the weekend. In 2nd position, also for Singapore, Danish Chen. Congratulations to Danish. And your race victor in the Junior X30 INFINITY IAME Series Asia round 5 for Italy, Andrea Galimberti. He took pole position, Heat 1, Heat 2, Super Heat, and the final this weekend to make a clean sweep and take the title fight down to the final round in Bira. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 5 in INFINITY IAME Series Asia, Chris Kasemsa, Leonardo Mori, Conrad Garrow, Danish Chen, and Andrea Galimberti. Now we move on to the IAME Series Thailand Cadet Rookies category. A very hotly competitive campaign this weekend. In 5th position, Sriatapat Tiatapataruwong. Congratulations to Sriatapat. Very good work all the way through the weekend. In 4th position, Jirach Sutavatanarosh. Congratulations to Jirach. Very good work indeed all through the weekend. In 3rd position, Saharat Lerpresetpakon. Great work from Paul, who got himself to 3rd position. Excellent work. In 2nd position, Putapong Magnapachant. Where is Putapong? In the 12th position. Should be with us in P2. We'll see where Putapong is. Well, maybe he has had to disappear early. So we'll move on to our race winner in Cadet Rookie. Our race winner in Cadet Rookie IAME Series Thailand, Kaylen Delsey. A hearty congratulations then to our race winner on the top step of the podium, Kaylen Delsey, after a fantastic race weekend. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Your INFINITY IAME Series Asia weekend concludes with INFINITY IAME Series Thailand with the Cadet Rookies. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to our Cadet Rookies here at Bira. Now we move on to the Cadets, and we are going to give 2 trophies at the same time to each competitor because the IAME Series Thailand and INFINITY IAME Series Asia top 5 are identical. So they will have the same trophies at the same time. So in 5th position for Australia, Jay Kostecki. Well, it looks like Jake Kostecki has had to disappear. I think he's had to make his flight home. Oh, it looks like Super Giorgio is going to collect his trophies for him. So George Patrizzi will collect Jake Kostecki's trophies for IAME Series Asia and IAME Series Thailand. Thanks, George. In fourth position for Hong Kong, Hiro Tse. A hearty congratulations to Hiro, who picks up the trophies in IAME Series Thailand and IAME Series Asia. In third position for Thailand, Pattapal Kokajanaset. A great weekend for Porsche, did an amazing job and grabs a very worthy podium finish. In second position for Hong Kong, Mason Kwong. A fabulous weekend all the way and a really deserved second position. So close to the victory. But your race winner in IAME Series Thailand and IAME Series Asia for Thailand, Posh Kong Cho. Domination all the way through the weekend, from the time trials to the finals. He was never eclipsed. An amazing weekend for our man on the top stop. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 5 drivers in IAME Series Asia and IAME Series Thailand in the cadets. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We will see you again for round 6. Now we will move on to the Master X30 category in IAME Series Thailand for our top 5 competitors. In 5th position, representing Hong Kong, Tam Yuk Ho. It looks like Tam has had to disappear, so the trophy is going to one of the representatives of Simon Racing. In 4th position for Singapore, Ian Willock. Congratulations to Ian. He had to disappear for a flight last time, so it's great that he gets to be on the podium this time to collect his trophy in person. In 3rd position for Malaysia, Harith bin Zairalo. A fighting drive all the way through the weekend from Zairalo right into the vanguard of the championship fight as well. In 2nd position for Thailand, Wedasak Yamchan. A great performance all the way through the weekend as he has returned to the podium once again. Great work from Wedasak. But your IAME Series Thailand Master winner for Thailand, Dhanavab, what a good super chalk! A great performance from Tanner all weekend long. He really has been the dominant form in Master X30 in IAME Series Thailand. So, ladies and gentlemen, your top 5 in Master X30 IAME Series Thailand. A hearty congratulations then to our Masters. Now, straight away, we will move into our IAME Series Asia podium for Master X30. In 5th position for Singapore, Ian Willock. He's already collected 1. He now gets to collect a 2nd. Very good work indeed from Ian Willock this weekend. In 4th position for Malaysia, Harith bin Zairalo. A very good fight all the way from the Malaysian, and very deserving indeed to collect 2 trophies from the weekend. In 3rd position for Thailand, Wedasak Yamchan. 2 trophies this weekend for Wedasak, the man who has all but clinched the Master X30 title in 2025. In 2nd position for Singapore, Alpesh Patel. As ever, Alpesh is joined by his young son, who is almost certainly going to be a future cadet star in the Infinity IAME Series Asia, whether they like it or not. And your race victor for Thailand, Dhanavab, what a good super chalk! Dominated the weekend from start to finish, although he only managed to get pole position by a few thousandths of a second. His performance all weekend was immaculate. Ladies and gentlemen, your Master X30 podium in IAME Series Asia. The final Master X30 podium now is for our veterans. So, in 2nd position of the veterans for Hong Kong, Tam Yuk Ho. Obviously, we know that Tam Yuk Ho has had to disappear for the airport, so a representative from Simon Racing will collect his trophy. Oh, that is Tam Yuk Ho. My apologies. I'm so sorry, Tam. I don't recognize you out of uniform. I don't recognise you out of uniform, mate. I'm so sorry. Keep your race uniform on next time. And your race victor in the veteran category for Singapore, Alpesh Patel. Excellent performance as he takes his victory in the veteran category on his first weekend back since the start of the season. So, ladies and gentlemen, your veterans here this weekend at Bira, Tamyako and Alpesh Patel. Now we move on to the senior categories, starting with IAME Series Thailand in Senior X30. So our top 5 drivers in the Thailand category. In 5th position, representing Thailand, Clifford Kanjanapas. Where is Clifford? Has he had to disappear already? I think so. So it's going to be a representative that takes Clifford's trophy for him on this occasion. In 4th position, also representing Thailand, Ananton Tangnianachai. A big congratulations to Ananton. After his performance in IAME Series Thailand, he comes away with the 4th place trophy. In 3rd position for Malaysia, Zadiev Raikal. Excellent weekend from Zadiev, fighting back through adversity to claim one of his 2 trophies here this weekend. In 2nd position for Hong Kong, Kimi Chan. On what could be his last weekend of the season, it's great to see him on the podium to collect not 1, but 2 trophies in Senior X30. His 2nd will come. But your race victor in IAME Series Thailand for Indonesia, Prasetyo Hardia. A terrific result for the DRM driver for Paralin. And representing Indonesia, he came here purely for the win, and that's exactly what he got. He takes the victory in IAME Series Thailand, and in a few minutes' time, he will take a 2nd trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your Senior X30 tops 5 in IAME Series Thailand. Congratulations, gentlemen. And so to our final podium ceremony. This time it is for INFINITY IAME Series Asia in Senior X30. In 5th position for Thailand, Ananton Tangnianachai. 2 trophies, my friend. 1 for IAME Series Thailand, 1 for IAME Series Asia. In 4th position for Malaysia, Zadiev Raikal. A very deserving effort from the youngster. He was the Junior X30 champion this year. Who knows, he could be senior champion in 25. In 3rd position for Australia, Kai Burke. A fighting weekend all the way, just so close to getting the victory. But I'm sure that when he returns in September, his name will be back on the podium again. In 2nd position for Hong Kong, Kimi Chan. An excellent fighting drive all the way through the weekend. Almost the perfect weekend for Kimi Chan. But the final was taken in some style for Indonesia, Prasetyo Hardia. A brilliant victory in the Senior X30 final then for Prasetyo Hardia of Indonesia. And a brilliant end to the weekend in Senior X30. So, ladies and gentlemen, to Ananton, to Zadiev, to Kai, to Kimi and Prasetyo, your Senior X30 podium in INFINITY IAME Series Asia, Round 5, 2025. Congratulations to our drivers. Well done to Prasetyo Hardia. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for our coverage of the 5th round of the championship. We'll obviously allow the teams and drivers to have their podium ceremony. They will obviously want to get some group photos, as they always do. But that's it from Bira Round 5. We have got so much to do in preparation for the 2nd weekend of September, when all of our X30 champions will be crowned. From me, Jake Sanson, from everybody here at Cadet, at Bira, and of course the Royal Automobil Association of Thailand. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll see you back here in September for the finale, where the champions will be crowned. See you soon. Take care, everybody.